Chapter 1968. Bam. Bam. In a hall of the Fea Imperial Palace, Devon and Darazzi were thrown to the ground with two muffled thuds. However, they didn't groan in pain. The reason was simple. Darazir's arms were completely broken and he had fainted from the pain. His face was covered in tears and snot and he looked miserable. If Darazzi was said to be miserable, then Devon was said to be inhumane. His clothes had become tattered, without a single piece intact. He looked more like a beggar than a beggar. On his tattered clothes, many blood stains had coagulated. Through the blood clots on his clothes, what was exposed to the air were hideous scars. At this moment, Devon's face was in a daze. It was apparent that he was numb from the torment of pain. The scars on Devon's body were all sliced open by dusk cords. Raphael? Yes. Not only Devon, but Darazir's arms were also broken by dusk cord. It was imaginable how much dusk cord hated Devon and Darazir for what they had done. Vea and Kaya stood up abruptly. Their eyes trembled violently and they shifted their gaze to the two young ladies standing at the front of the hall. Chuju and Mikoto. As the effects of the illusion magic scroll were still active, Mikoto knocked Yakuya unconscious and dusk cord was in charge of taking care of him. Chuju and Mikoto brought Devon and Darazir, who were almost killed by dusk cord. However, they were expressionless and their eyes were filled with anger. Seeing the fury in the eyes of the two girls, how could Vea and Kaya not know what Devon and Darazzi had done to anger the girls during the time they weren't in sight? Vea took a deep look at the numb Devon before closing his eyes. What did they do? What did they do? Mikoto forced herself to calm down. She gritted her teeth and answered. They did something that is absolutely unforgivable. It should be said that Devon and Darazir had done something that the young ladies couldn't forgive. The two young ladies didn't expect Devon and Darazir to be so vicious. They were the ones who caused everything and they had to bear the consequences. The young ladies were only defending themselves and these two attempted to harm Yakuya. Hinajiku and Mikoto didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened if Xianxia hadn't made an appointment with Ijuya to stay together at night and coincidentally arrived at Ijuya's place and saw Darazzi trying to touch Ijuya. In a fit of rage, Xianxia decisively broke Darazzi's hands before he could even touch Ijuya. When Ijuya woke up and found out that she was touched by another man, what kind of hateful expression would he have? What the young ladies couldn't tolerate the most was someone who harmed the people around them. Not one of them. It was also because of this that Hinajiku, who was closest to Yakuya's residence, immediately attacked Devon without hesitation after learning about the situation from Yushin. And this was also the reason why the kind-hearted Hinajiku and Mikoto would show a cold face to someone who was tortured to such a state by their own people. After hearing the whole story from Hinajiku and Mikoto, Vea was silent, but Kaya spoke with hatred. Illusion magic scroll and flight magic. I didn't expect Uncle Devon to have hidden these methods. Moreover, we didn't know about it. It seems that he wants to use these methods on Father. How do the two young ladies think we should deal with Devon and Darazir? Vea changed the topic and said indifferently, since the Fea royal family offended you and attempted to harm you, we of the Fea royal family don't mind handing them over to the young ladies. Devon, who was lying on the ground with a numb expression, twitched slightly. If we wanted to deal with them ourselves, we wouldn't have brought them here. Hinajiku glanced at the two lying on the ground and turned her head away. They are still members of the Fea royal family. Miss Linya is currently working hard to maintain the seal of the Beast King in the capital of alternate generations. She saved the capital of alternate generations from the hands of the Beast King and we owe her a debt of gratitude. We will leave this pair of father and son to you. But Mikoto followed up with a tone that sounded both like a warning and reminder. We don't want this to happen a second time. Hearing this, Vea fell silent once more, while Kaya let out a bitter laugh. Even though he hadn't known Hinajiku and Mikoto for very long, Kaya knew their personalities quite well. Knowing that these two girls would speak so bluntly, he knew they must be furious. If Vea's punishment for Devon and Darazir didn't satisfy Chuju and Mikoto, perhaps the capital of alternate generations would have a bad impression of the Fea Empire. Moreover, the Fea royal family was in the wrong in this matter. Kaya didn't want to see this happen. Vaya seemed to have the same thoughts. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. As members of the Fea royal family, Devon and Darazir attempted to molest important guests. Their actions can be described as unscrupulous and vicious. They deserve to be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Vaya's words had clearly stated the punishment for Devon and Darazir. Sentence: the death penalty. Ha. Devon, who was lying on the ground with a numb face, suddenly laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder, louder and louder. In the end, he was laughing out loud. Hearing Devon's maniacal laughter, everyone present frowned. Before they could say anything, Devon's laughter stopped abruptly, and he suddenly said such a sentence. I once found 3 items left behind by a demigod in an ancient ruin. Chuju, Mikoto, Vaya, and Kaya were stunned. Of these 3 items, the first is an illusion magic scroll that is effective against powerhouses below the demigod rank who don't have any means of resisting illusions, and the second is a wind-attributed flying magic. Devon revealed a strange smile. The third item is a teleportation crystal that can record sound and images. It can be used to send messages to any coordinates in the Spalier world. Teleportation crystal? Chuju, Mikoto, and Kaya were puzzled. Vaya, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Haha. Devon burst into maniacal laughter. Vaya, do you think you're the only one who has been to the royal treasury? Hearing this, everyone's expression finally changed. Devon has been to the royal treasury? If that's the case, then Devon must have heard the news. The news that the guardian deity wasn't in the Fea Empire. Thinking up to this point, the group finally understood Devon's plan. But just as they realized this, Devon took out a palm-sized crystal ball and poured all the remaining mana in his body into it. Buzz! The next moment, the crystal ball trembled all over and suddenly jumped up. It shot out at a speed that no one present could stop in time. It maintained a low altitude of less than 5 meters and flew through the window into the distance. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Ha! Devon laughed so hard that the wounds all over his body cracked open and blood flowed out. His expression was unusually sinister. I want the entire Fea Empire to be buried with me. Oomph! Vaya let out a snort. He swung his arm and a wind blade flashed across Devon's throat. Pff! A smear of crimson blood floated into the air and a bloody wound appeared on Devon's neck. Devon's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His eyes popped out and he died with remaining grievances. Father! Kaya turned to Vaya anxiously. Vaya's expression sank. Just as he was about to think of a way to steal the crystal ball, Chuju spoke. Your Majesty! Chuju's eyes glinted. This seems to be beneficial to our plan, right? Vaya was taken aback. Then his eyes glinted. Our 1152. Chapter 1969. Within the borders of the Fea Empire, there was such a vast forest. It was a forest that could nurture all sorts of precious medicinal herbs and provide all sorts of precious food ingredients. However, today, this forest was occupied by a group of uninvited guests. A group of demonic beasts. Roar! 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 Amidst the roars of various demonic beasts, every once in a while, a ferocious aura would reverberate in this natural treasure land. Huge magical beasts were moving back and forth in the boundless sea of trees. From time to time, they would reveal themselves, making this forest a true land of death. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that magical beasts with wings and feathers were frequently attempting to fly into the sky from the huge trees of this forest. However, every time these magical beasts flew 5 meters above the ground, they would be blocked by an invisible solid barrier. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through, causing these magical beasts to anxiously roar. In the next second, they would happily try again. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew over from afar. It entered the forest at an extremely fast speed, rushing past the demonic beasts and bursting into the depths of the forest. Roar! 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 The demonic beasts that discovered the stream of light lifted their heads and roared at it. Occasionally, there would be some demonic beasts that chased after the stream of light, but it didn't take long before they were left behind by the stream of light. Of course, not all demonic beasts couldn't catch up to the stream of light. In the vast forest, the number of demonic beasts could only be described as terrifying. They almost filled up the entire forest. Among them, naturally, there wasn't a lack of powerful demonic beasts or powerful demonic beasts that had an advantage in speed. Roar! 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 These powerful demonic beasts ignored the stream of light and charged at the crystal ball that flew out from the depths of the forest, letting out furious roars. During this period of time, the flowing light flew all the way. All kinds of magical beasts followed behind, one after another. Not long after, a long line of magical beasts formed behind flowing light. However, the speed of flowing light was indeed astonishingly fast. Under the charge of the waves of magical beasts, flowing light did not allow any of them to catch up. It continued to fly at a height of less than 5 meters in the air, passing by magical beasts one after another, passing by trees one after another. After flying for nearly an hour in such a reckless and playful manner, Xianxia finally stopped. The speed of the flowing light gradually slowed down and revealed its original form. It was a crystal ball the size of a palm. Just as the palm-sized crystal ball was slowing down. With the speed of the pursuing magical beasts, it wouldn't take long for them to catch up to this uninvited guest and smash him into pieces. However, the strange thing was that when the speed of the crystal ball slowed down, the speed of the magical beasts also slowed down. Even their roars were lowered, as if there was something terrifying in front of them. After a certain distance, no magical beasts continued to chase after the crystal ball. At this moment, the crystal ball stopped in front of a waterfall. With a spin, it landed on a rock below the waterfall. On the rock, a person was sitting there with his legs crossed. He was naked and allowed the waterfall to wash his body. His eyes were closed and the muscles on his body bulged. He looked very healthy and strong. This was naturally a man. Moreover, it was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He had short brown hair that reached his shoulders, and there was a scar on his face. He looked like a general who had fought on the battlefield, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura. The man quietly endured the impact of the waterfall. The cold water and the huge impact seemed to have no effect on him at all. The man couldn't even move. Until a certain moment, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the crystal ball in his hand. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that faintly flashed with murderous intent and ferocious aura in the air. Looking at the palm-sized crystal ball, the man frowned. "Isn't this a human thing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the human thing in the man's mouth began to flash with a rich light, causing the man to slowly narrow his eyes. He was no longer afraid that the strange thing in his hand would harm him as he quietly observed it. However, after a while, the man's expression changed to one of ecstasy. This was because an image had appeared on the crystal ball in his hand. It was the image of a dazzling national treasury. The national treasury of Fea Empire's royal palace. It was because of this that the man was so ecstatic. No one, that's right, no one. The man knew that. The protectors of the 3 empires of the Spalier world were all in the national treasury of the 3 empires. Since there was no one in the national treasury of Fea Empire, it meant that the protectors weren't there. Could it be? The man couldn't help but have such a thought. The protectors of Fea Empire aren't in Fea Empire's royal palace? Even though it was just an image of an unknown origin, it only proved that there was no one in the national treasury of Fea Empire when the crystal ball recorded it. It didn't prove that the person who was supposed to be in the national treasury would be back in the next second. It also didn't prove that the person was somewhere else. However, the man couldn't help but think that way. Because, if that's the case, he could directly charge into the human camp and take down Fea Empire in one fell swoop. Of course, this could also be a trap to lure the man in. However, unlike the suspicious humans as a magical beast, even though the man had the intelligence of a human after transforming into a human, His personality couldn't be compared to humans. Therefore, even if he knew that this could be a trap or a fake, the man still made such a decision. Let's sneak into Fea Empire's royal palace and see what's going on. Sneak into Fea Empire's royal palace. If the man was alone, he believed that if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Not even the protectors of Fea Empire. At that moment, the man smiled coldly and crushed the crystal ball in his hand. Humans, let me see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Night had already quietly arrived. On top of the city walls of the Third Empire, a group of city guards stood there loyally. They were either holding a longbow or a staff in their hands. They silently lined up and looked into the distance. They were constantly circulating their combat aura and mana in their bodies. They kept them in an active state, ready to be used at any time. There was an abnormal pattern to their actions. These loyal city guards did not notice that a figure had unknowingly appeared from a dark corner of the city wall. He raised his head and glanced at these city guards. His eyes flashed with a trace of hostility and murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill these city guards very much. But in the end, the figure suppressed the thought of killing all the humans in front of him. He swayed slightly and arrived at a corner that wasn't easily discovered. He extended one of his hands and placed it on the city wall in front of him. Immediately after, an obscure black mist spread out from the figure's hand and covered the city wall. To be precise, it covered the ripple-like barrier around the city wall. It began to squirm slightly. With a very soft sound of corrosion, the barrier of the Fair Kingdom was easily melted. When a hole big enough for a person to pass through was formed, the figure retracted the black mist and flashed into the inside of the barrier. BZ. At this time, the barrier of Fea Empire's royal palace began to wriggle. The corroded hole slowly returned to normal. Seeing this, the figure sneered. Human barriers are quite high-level, huh? They can even repair themselves. After saying this, the figure looked up and glanced at the city guards. He smiled eerily and turned into a shadow. He moved to the top of the city walls and hid in a dark corner where the city guards couldn't see. With a flash, he charged into the royal palace. Chapter 1970. In the dead of the night, other than the sound of breathing coming from every building in the Fea Kingdom, there was only the faint sound of orderly footsteps echoing in the surroundings. Those were the footsteps of knights patrolling the streets of the Ferdian Kingdom's royal city. They were fully equipped with armor and at least rare-grade equipment at their waists. The knights had solemn expressions on their faces. They had one hand on the armors at their waists, while the other was swinging casually. They were lined up in an orderly manner. The leader of the knights was holding a magic lamp that emitted a faint light. They patrolled the streets in an orderly manner. Among these knights, there was not a single magician wearing a long robe. Compared to the warriors who focused on cultivating battle aura and had strong bodies, the magicians who cultivated magic power and cast spells were undoubtedly weaker. Of course, in the Spalier world, there were many spells that could improve the target's body in a short period of time. However, that was not only temporary. Casting spells meant using up mana. Compared to the warriors who did not need to use combat aura to maintain a strong body, the magicians were at a disadvantage. Therefore, magicians were not very suitable for patrolling jobs that required long periods of time and constant vigilance. Guarding the city on top of the city walls was more suitable for a magician's job. Naturally, in the dead of the night, most of the people assigned to guard the city were magicians. Most of the patrolling work was done by the warriors. Under the illumination of the faint light, the knights paced back and forth in the streets. The rhythmic footsteps and breathing of the resting people echoed throughout the Ferdian Kingdom. This scene was unusually serene. Unfortunately, in this serene and quiet night, no one knew that a fatal threat that could instantly turn Royal City, where thousands of people were hidden, into a land of death, had drifted into Royal City as silently as a ghost. This person was none other than the one who had infiltrated the Fair Kingdom. The pseudo-demigod Beast King that led the magical beast army to attack the entire Fea Empire. His name was Blackbat. This was the name given to him by the pseudo-demigod Beast King after he was bestowed with the power of a pseudo-demigod and evolved into a human. It was worth mentioning that the pseudo-beast king that led the magical beast army to attack the Ailu Empire was called Wild Bear. His true form was a peak level 9 stormy cave bear. The true form of Dark Scorpion that led the magical beast army to attack the Baruba Empire was a peak level 9 Bloodwing Scorpion. This way, Blackbat's true form was not hard to guess. The bat, a peak level 9 latent shadow bat. Therefore, to Blackbat, the night was his world. His ability could only be fully displayed in the dark of the night. Unlike ordinary bats, which relied on their small and delicate bodies to move stealthily in black clothes, black bats were magical beasts. Before they were transformed by the power of the false god, the magic they were best at was all kinds of magic related to shadows. Even if they were transformed by the power of the false god, these magics still existed. With the help of the power of a pseudo-demigod, Blackbat turned into a slender shadow. Like a poisonous snake that slithered on the ground, walls, and various buildings, he moved silently. Although he could not be said to be moving openly in the city, he was completely undetected by the patrolling knights. Sometimes he even hid in the shadows, disappearing completely. When he reappeared, he was already in another shadow. Maintaining this speed, Blackbat, who had turned into a slender shadow, moved stealthily for nearly 10 minutes before he arrived at the center of the Fia Empire's city, right in front of the palace. This time, Blackbat's destination was the palace's treasury. He wanted to see if the guardian deity was really not in the Fia Empire city. If the guardian deity was really not in the Fia Empire city, Blackbat could directly launch an attack in the Fia Empire city. By then, there would be no need for the magical beast army to act. Blackbat alone would be enough to destroy the entire Fia Empire's city. However, what Blackbat didn't notice was that while he was rushing into the palace in excitement, Ikaros, who was in one of the lofts in the resting area of the palace, raised her head. Her eyes were like those of a sci-fi movie. With Blackbat's speed, after circling the entire Fia Empire's palace, it took him half an hour to find the palace's treasury. In a hall in the deepest part of the palace, Blackbat's shadow materialized at the end of a corridor. Blackbat's powerful body was exposed to the air as he looked ahead. What appeared before Blackbat's eyes was a door, a huge door. The door was at least 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide. A person standing in front of this door would appear extremely small, even if it was the pseudo-beast king who had destroyed the entire Fia Empire's city in an instant. As a magical beast whose original form was a bat, the black bat's body wasn't very large before it transformed into a human. Even though magical beasts were unusually large in size, and peak magical beasts of the 9th rank were even more so, the black bat was one of the rare types of magical beasts that were relatively small in size. Hence, Blackbat couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as he stared at the gigantic door in front of him, even though he had killed countless huge magical beasts in the past. Then he closed his eyes, and the shadow under his feet continued to elongate and extend, covering Blackbat's body. With a circle, he darted towards the door and squeezed into the gap of the door like a paper man. Buzz? However, as soon as Blackbat squeezed through the gap of the huge door, circles of translucent barrier formed by crystals fluctuated abruptly. In the blink of an eye, the barrier enveloped the entire hall and imprisoned the Fia Empire's palace treasury within. Tori Field of Will. And it was a Tori Field of Will, cast by 500 Misaka sisters at the same time. Not good. Blackbat, who had crawled into the crack of the door, realized that something was wrong after noticing a trace of abnormality. He also understood that he might have fallen into a trap. He turned his body into a shadow and rushed in the direction of the door at an extremely fast speed. He then slammed into the door heavily. Boom! As a loud sound reverberated, the entire Fia Empire's palace treasury shook. The sound was so loud that it was enough to shatter an ordinary person's eardrums. Even the ground began to rumble. The gigantic door that Blackbat had turned into a shadow shook violently as well. The Tori that covered the door started to crack like glass. However, it did not shatter. Instead, Blackbat was knocked back and revealed his original form. His expression was very ugly. After all, This was the combined power of 5,000 of the Misaka sisters who could unleash the power of a Tier 8 fighter. This was the territory that was formed by the combined power of 5,000 of them. Even if Black Bat was a pseudo-demigod, his attack power in his shadow form was definitely not as strong as when he was in his true form. It was normal that he couldn't break through the Tori, field of will, cast by 5,000 Misaka sisters in his shadow form. Black Bat seemed to have realized this as well. A thick black fog surged from his body. Just as he was about to unleash his full strength to shatter the Tori, field of will, a violent whirlwind descended from the sky and landed on his body. Black Bat's gaze turned cold, and he decisively retreated. He stomped heavily on the ground, and with a muffled sound, his body retreated like a bullet fired from a barrel. Boom! The violent whirlwind descended from the sky and landed on Black Bat's original position. With a loud boom, the whirlwind expanded like an explosion, setting off a cloud of dust and turbulence that spread in all directions. Black Bat, who had stabilized himself, finally realized what was going on. There was not even a slightly bigger box in the Fia Empire's palace treasury that was supposed to be filled with treasures of the Fia Empire's royal family. There was only an extremely vast empty hall. Seeing this, how could Black Bat not understand? The items in the Fia Empire's palace treasury had all been moved away. All that was left was an empty hall, waiting for him to jump in. As expected, this was a trap. With this thought in mind, Black Bat calmed down. He opened his mouth slightly and revealed 2 sharp fangs. Chapter 1971. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through the vast treasury without warning, carrying away the smoke and dust that filled the air. As the smoke and dust dissipated, several figures of different heights were exposed within the smoke and dust. Black Bat was forced into the interior of the treasury. Chuju, Mikoto, Karos, Yagia, Duskord. Black Bat's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the group of girls appear in front of him. Although demonic beasts were called demonic beasts, since they were beasts, they had their own habits, and most of their personalities were determined by this. Take Baron Bear for example. His true form was a bear, so he had an unusually violent temper. Among the 3 demonic beast kings, he was the most violent. He had developed limbs but a simple mind. Dark Scorpion's true form was a scorpion. He had a vicious heart, and every time he opened his mouth, he wanted to exterminate humans and turn them into livestock. On the other hand, Black Bat's true form was a bat. His personality naturally leaned toward the cold and bloodthirsty side. If Baron Bear and Dark Scorpion wanted to exterminate humans because of the demonic beast king's order and wanted the demonic beasts to rise up and become the master of the Spalier world, then Black Bat's desire to exterminate humans was completely out of his own heart. It wasn't just humans either. As long as the bat could see blood and hear the screams of others, it would be very happy and would do anything for this goal. And now, a group of girls was standing in front of Black Bat in broad daylight. They even set a trap for him to jump into. How could Black Bat's murderous intent not be suppressed at all? However, Black Bat's bloodthirsty nature didn't mean he was an idiot. Under such circumstances, he took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and looked around. He saw that everything in the treasury had been moved away, leaving behind only the walls, ceiling, floor, and entrance. They were all covered by a thick layer of Turde Tori. It made one wonder if even air couldn't enter. Not only that, but on top of that thick layer of Turde Tori, circles of dim light were rippling like water. This was a familiar scene. Black Bat immediately recognized the body of the dim light. Barrier? You guessed right. Chuju, who was holding the crystal sword, suddenly smiled. It's not just the Turde Tori that my sisters have deployed. Outside the palace, Yi Zichen looked around. There are also 3 Type 9 powerhouses and 333 Type 8 powerhouses from the Fea Empire. Fea's Emperor Wea and Prince Kaya are also outside. Mikoto smoothed out the bangs on her forehead. Her delicate face had the same confident and heroic expression as before. You know the wind of dissolution, right? Black Bat wasn't a very smart person, but he did know that the dissolving wind belonged to the members of the Fea royal family. It was a spell that could dissolve all energy attacks. Coupled with Mikoto's words, Black Bat immediately understood. Other than the Tori and the barrier, the Fea royal family's dissolving wind was also working in this palace. In other words, if Black Bat wanted to escape from the treasury, not only would he not be able to use energy attacks, he would also need to have the pure physical strength to shatter the Tier Tori cast by the 5,000 Misaka sisters who could unleash the power of Tier 8, as well as the highest level barrier cast by the 3 Tier 9 and 333 Tier 8 champions of the Fea Empire. Did Black Bat have such strength? Of course he did. But it wasn't something that could be done in a short amount of time. Black Bat felt that if he could only rely on pure physical strength, he would need at least 100 punches to break these bindings and escape. During this period of time, the human girls in front of him wouldn't just watch from the side. Black Bat wouldn't be stupid enough to give up all his defenses to escape under the watchful eyes of a group of human girls. Trapping me here is useless, Black Bat said coldly. You should understand, right? Of course. Hinajuku raised the crystal sword in her hand and pointed it at Black Bat from afar. That's why we are here. Black Bat glanced at the group of girls and spoke in a mocking tone. You think you can stop me with just you? Of course. Of course. Mikoto repeated Chuju's answer. Her brown eyes stared at Black Bat and a flash of lightning appeared on her forehead. Did you think that we deliberately lured you in and stood here just to trap you here for a period of time and let you see what we look like? Hearing this, Black Bat's face sank, and a few wisps of black light flashed in his eyes. Where's the guardian of the Fea Empire? Call him out. Apparently, Black Bat thought that the girls had trapped him here to prevent him from escaping. Then, the guardian of the Fea Empire would kill him on the spot. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other after reading Black Bat's thoughts. You've misunderstood. Chuju looked at Black Bat. The guardian of the Fea Empire isn't in the city. Black Bat's eyes narrowed and he laughed. His laughter was cold and bloody. Was this real or fake? Black Bat didn't know. But it didn't matter. Since the guardian of the Fea Empire wasn't coming out, there was no need to think about how to deal with these girls. Kill 1. Just as Black Bat was about to deal the killing blow, a dazzling light suddenly flickered, setting off a frenzied airflow. Black Bat, who was about to charge towards the group of girls without saying a word, suddenly paused. He crossed his arms and placed them in front of his face to block the blinding light. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Then Black Bat was stunned. The reason for that was because the source of that bright light came from a young girl. A girl with a pair of pink wings. Then, under the bright light, the girl's figure began to change. Unknowingly, the strong light around her turned pink. Pink dots of light were stirred up, as if they were setting off the girl's body. The girl's clothes began to disintegrate under the strong light. Under the cover of the strong light, only some of the curves of her voluptuous and alluring body could be vaguely seen. At the next moment, a pure white feather shirt and a pair of pure white shorts that reached her thighs appeared on her body, covering her voluptuous figure. 2 pairs of pink wings spread out from the girl's back. A pure white halo floated above the girl's head. 2 sets of armor, like shoulder guards and leg guards, separated from her body and floated in the air around the girl. The girl's entire body emitted a holy aura, causing Black Bat, who had no tender feelings for the fairer sex, to be stunned. With this pause, the control of the battle completely changed to someone else. Ikaros, who had entered Pandora mode, slowly opened her eyes. She lifted her head and looked at Black Bat, her lips parting slightly. Arte Mystique, permanent rear-end missile 2. Like a pink flower blooming in this world, Ikaros spread her 2 pairs of pink wings on her back. In the next moment, countless streaks of pink flowing light, enough to cover Black Bat's entire field of vision, shot out, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. Amidst the chaotic and sharp sound of the air being torn apart, they converged in the direction of Black Bat. Die! When Black Bat came back to his senses, he realized that he had been stunned by a human woman and that she had taken the initiative. He couldn't help but feel angry. A violent black mist erupted from his body, enveloping Black Bat's entire body. With a spin, Black Bat turned into a pitch-black shadow. Like a stream of light, the shadow fearlessly rushed towards the pink stream of light. A black stream of light collided with thousands upon thousands of pink streams of light? If one were to look at this scene from the surface, there was no doubt that there was no suspense. However, the result of this scene was like a lone insect that broke into a hornet's nest. It didn't match the appearance at all. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the black flowing light that had turned into a shadow charged through the dense pink flowing light. Wherever it passed, all the pink flowing light would explode the moment it came into contact with the black flowing light, turning into flames and dust. Chapter 1972. Whoosh! The pink streams of light that blossomed like flowers flashed across the sky like meteors falling from the sky, crazily attacking the front like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. The black stream of light transformed from the shadow was like a stone that broke into a group of eggs. Amidst a series of muffled explosions, it collided with the storm of missiles, causing them to explode one after another, setting off bursts of smoke and fire. Ikaros, who had entered Pandora mode, wasn't as cold as she was when she was in Sky Queen mode. Instead, she maintained a pure and holy aura as she closed her eyes and spread her arms as though she was praying. Ikaros closed her eyes and spread her arms wide open. Ijizii, Absolute Defense Circle 2. Instantly, a circle of dense color appeared around her. It was so transparent that one could see Ikaros's pure and holy aura. Like a protective shield, it protected her within. TSK. Almost at the same time, a pitch-black stream of light flew out from the missile rain of Artemistique II. His speed suddenly doubled, and with a tearing sound in the air, he arrived in front of Ikaros and slammed into the Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2. Clang! Along with the crisp sound of steel colliding with steel, a shockwave spread out in all directions from the center of the collision. Smoke and dust filled the sky and instantly enveloped half of the Fea Empire's treasury. Bam! Then, a crisp shattering sound came from the center of the shockwave and dust cloud. Small protrusions appeared on both ends of the dust cloud that covered half of the Fea Empire's treasury. It was as if he had spat out something. Two figures flew out from within. They were none other than Ikaros and Blackbat. Ikaros, who was sent flying, had a touch of redness on her face. Blackbat's fist was also dripping with blood. Obviously, the collision just now. Both sides suffered damage. This was an inconceivable thing. One must know. With Ikaros's strength in Pandora mode, Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, was definitely capable of withstanding the all-out attacks of 3 peak stage 9th stage powerhouses. Furthermore, the Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, also had the effect of reflecting all damage back. If 3 peak-tier combatants of the 9th step really went all out against Ikaros who had activated Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, the result would be Ikaros would be unscathed while the 3 peak-tier 9 combatants would be killed by their own attacks. Looking at the current situation, Blackbat did seem to have suffered a bit of recoil damage, but it was only a scratch on his fist. Ikaros, on the other hand, obviously suffered a bit of damage, proving that Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, was destroyed by Blackbat. From this, one could more or less see how powerful a pseudo-demigod powerhouse was. Honestly speaking, with Ikaros's strength, there was almost no chance of winning against Blackbat. But don't forget, Ikaros wasn't alone. Ha! In the next moment, along with a delicate shout, a burst of rich blue and white lightning flashed in the sealed treasury. Blackbat discovered that when the blue and white lightning flashed, the light above his head seemed to be suddenly blinded. A large shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, causing Blackbat to raise his head and look at the sky. Immediately, a wave of iron sand rushed down like a pitch-black waterfall into Blackbat's vision. "Get down here." Mikoto's delicate voice rang out once again. Following that, the blue-white electric light became even denser and the pitch-black iron sand wave crazily rampaged. It was as if a pitch-black mountain was pressing down, heavily crashing down. If it was someone else, Even a peak Tier 9 combatant wouldn't be able to ignore such a powerful attack. But not only did Black Bat ignore it, he even sneered. "That's all you got?" As his voice faded, a cluster of pitch-black fog suddenly erupted from Haybat's body. It was like an arrow that had been released from a bow as it suddenly soared into the sky from Haybat's body. Like an ant that had collided with an elephant, it violently collided with the iron sand wave that was charging down. Then, something strange happened. Tsk. Amidst the sound of water being poured on fire, all the iron sand waves that came into contact with the black gas seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They were crushed into nothingness amidst a series of sizzling sounds. At this moment, two completely different voices entered Haybat's ears. His expression stiffened as he turned his head and looked in a direction not far away. There, Wuxia and Xianxia were standing side by side, holding different weapons in their hands. Their bodies were wrapped in purple-blue restraints, their hands, legs, and necks were all shackled. Broken chains were still attached to the shackles. Wuxia and Xianxia stood side by side, holding different weapons in their hands. Yejushi's right shoulder sprouted a pair of inanimate steel-like wings. A gauntlet appeared on his right hand. He held a huge spiked spear with a sharp top and rounded bottom. Whirlwinds swirled around the spear, making whooshing sounds. Yejusien's left shoulder sprouted a pair of inanimate steel-like wings. A gauntlet appeared on her left hand. She held a chain with a diamond-shaped blade in front of it. The chain moved up and down, creating gusts of wind. The spiritual equipment and angel, unique to elves, appeared on the Bawa sisters' bodies at the same time. Mikoto and Ikaros silently appeared on the left and right sides of Yejushi and Yejusien. The four young ladies exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flashed with a strange glint as they uttered similar words. "Let's end this quickly." Violent energy ripples swept across the entire treasury of the Fea Empire's imperial palace. Yejushi and Yejusien each extended one of their hands and held each other's hands. Violent spiritual energy radiance gushed out from their bodies, illuminating every corner of the battlefield. Whoosh! Ikaros extended her hand forward. A ferocious-looking longbow full of barbs appeared in her hand. A cluster of purple-black flames ignited on the bow and gradually elongated into a flaming arrow that was knocked on the bow. Beep beep beep. Not to be outdone, Mikoto's entire body erupted with dazzling blue-white electric arcs. Violent electric arcs danced around her slender body and became increasingly violent. In the next second, all the electric arcs gathered on Mikoto's outstretched hand, a token that was inverted on her thumb. Not long after, the iron-like wings on the right and left shoulders of Yejushi and Xianxia merged together, twisting and transforming into an iron-like longbow. Yejusien's chain spiraled around the bow and transformed into a bowstring that flickered with a metallic luster. Yejushi's huge spear was knocked on the bowstring transformed from the spirit pendulum and placed in the middle of the bow transformed from the wings. The bow spun rapidly. Then, Yakushi stretched out his left hand, while Dusk Cord stretched out her right hand and placed it on the bow. Covered by the armor on her hands, her shackled hands placed on the bowstring made of chains from both sides. With a tug, she pulled the bowstring to its limit and aimed ahead. Ikaros also knocked an arrow on her bow and aimed at Blackbat. An inexplicable glint flashed in her eyes. Mikoto, on the other hand, extended her hand that was holding the coin towards Blackbat's direction. Lightning flashed across the surface of her hand, and the coin on her thumb turned into a tiny white. Seeing this scene, Blackbat's pupils shrank. His face that was filled with disdain finally turned serious. Chapter 1973. The wind was howling. Heaven and earth were shaking. Lightning was flashing. His eyelids were twitching. Looking at Ikaros, who was pointing her gigantic longbow, Mikoto, who had lightning arcs flashing all over her body, Blackbat couldn't help but raise his guard. Blackbat knew that these four girls were about to use their strongest moves. Blackbat didn't know if these moves would cause him to lose his absolute advantage, but he knew that no matter if these moves were a threat to him or not, it was impossible for him to dodge. There was no other reason other than there was no place to dodge. Although the treasury of the Fea Empire's royal palace was vast enough to hold a castle, with 4 powerhouses of at least the 9th rank using their strongest attacks, even 10 castles would be destroyed in an instant, right? Therefore, regardless of whether Black Bat chose to dodge or not, if these attacks landed in the Fea Imperial Palace's treasury, the aftershocks would still sweep Black Bat away. Go in. In other words, Black Bat didn't know if these attacks would threaten him or not. If he didn't dodge, he would be hit. If he dodged, he would still be hit. Just a bunch of human women. Black Bat's sharp fangs poked out of his mouth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Why would I need to dodge? After saying that, Black Bat abruptly propped himself up, and a burst of black and red mist immediately gushed out from every part of his body. Like spiraling ghostly shadows, the mist began to hover around Black Bat amidst a series of sharp, GG noises. As a result, the ghostly shadows flew at an extremely fast speed like black flags, circling back and forth around Black Bat's body in the form of a protective barrier. It kept spinning around Black Bat's body. Black Bat didn't see it. When he chose to defend with all his might, that is, he didn't evade, nor did he rush forward to take the initiative before the girls could unleash their attacks, including Ikaros. Mikoto, Ikaros, and Mikoto's eyes lit up. Hurricane Rider, Raphael, Sky Racer, Elkanaf. Apollo, Aplon. Railgun, Super Railgun. The next moment, shouts that seemed to come from the edge of the sky reverberated throughout the Fea Empire's imperial treasury. This caused the world to fall silent for a moment. This silence seemed to last for a second, but also for a minute. It seemed like a moment, but also like an eternity. When it completely disappeared, a chaotic energy ripple that no one could ignore shook the area. Under the influence of the chaotic energy ripples, the entire space within the Fea Imperial Palace started to vibrate. Shio! A series of neatly superimposed sharp sonic booms sounded together, causing the space to vibrate from afar to near. Immediately after, a silver stream of light that stirred up layers of wind waves, a purplish-black flame that was so hot that even the air was distorted, and a dazzling orange beam of light cut through the space at the same time. They were like 3 meteors that fought to be the first to burst out, shooting straight ahead. Kacha kacha! The silver light that created waves, the purplish-black flame that was so hot that it distorted the air, and the dazzling orange light that was dazzling caused the space to crack. This caused the already shaking area to shake even more violently. The energy ripple and the sharp sonic boom that reverberated in the area became even more intense. What followed was a flash of the 3 terrifying attacks. Looking at the 3 attacks that caused the space to crack and almost shatter, Black Bat's eyes were dyed with the black mist and looked extremely sinister. He reached out his hand. GG! The ghostly shadows that were revolving around Hey Bat let out a mournful cry. They paused for a moment and then gathered on Hey Bat's outstretched hand. Gradually, they turned into a whirlpool of dark clouds that was held in front of Hey Bat like a shield. Shio! The silver light that created waves, the purplish-black flame that was so hot that it distorted the air, and the dazzling orange light collided with the dark cloud-like whirlpool under the gazes of Mikoto, Ikaros, Yagia, Yushin, and Hey Bat. Boom! A loud sound that was 100 times louder than a sudden thunder turned into a substantial sound wave that was terrifying enough to make one's mind go blank. It suddenly exploded in the Fea Empire Palace's treasury. Kaboom! The Fea Empire Palace shook without any suspense. The gravel and dust on the ceiling fell down continuously. This made one feel as though the treasury could collapse at any time. It made one's heart tremble. Circles of energy ripples once again reverberated wildly, spreading in all directions. However, this time, the energy ripples spread out with the vortex in front of Black Bat as the center, mixing with the violent shockwaves of the wind and waves as they spread out. To be more precise, it should be said that it spread out from the center of the silver light that rolled up layers upon layers of wind and waves, the purplish-black flames that were so hot that even the air was distorted, the dazzling orange light beam, and the dark cloud-like vortex. Wang wang wang. The dark cloud-like whirlpool in front of Haybat was trembling violently. The silver light that landed on it created waves of wind and desperately tried to drill into it. The purplish-black flame also attacked the whirlpool in front of it. The orange light shook again and again as it tried to break through the sturdy barrier in front of it and land on its master's body. As the silver light, purplish-black flame, and orange light collided with the whirlpool, waves of wung-wung sounds and circles of energy ripples spread out. The aftershocks were starting to take effect. Haybat, who was holding up the whirlpool and blocking the attacks of Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Yuxian, was surrounded by black mist. His face was alternating between black, white, red, and green. A vicious glint appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that he was giving it his all. Under Blackbat's all-out defense, the silver stream of light, purplish-black flame, and orange beam of light that constantly battered the shield-like pitch-black vortex began to weaken. Their might also gradually faded. Seeing this, Haybat's eyes flashed with mockery. Although he didn't expect these human girls to be able to use attacks of this level, and if he didn't defend with all his strength, he might have been injured, but this was the end of it. With attacks of this level, it would be difficult for them to injure him. It would be even more impossible for them to kill him. Blackbat could already foresee the expressions of shock, fear, and despair on the faces of those human women when they saw their strongest attack being blocked. However, when Blackbat turned his gaze to the group of girls, he saw a hint of joy in their eyes. Joy. Haybat couldn't help but be stunned. Chi! While Haybat was still stunned by Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Yuxian's performance, an extremely soft sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Haybat. Haybat's pupils shrank when he heard this sound, and he was shocked. He finally remembered. There were more than 4 girls here at the beginning. There was one more. Chi! A pink stream of light soared into the sky and swept in the direction of the energy ripples that were colliding intensely. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the startled Blackbat like a flash of lightning. Looking up at Haybat's defenseless back, Chuju's yellow-green eyes flashed with determination. She raised her weapon and pierced it towards Haybat's back. Too naive. Feeling the chill from behind, Blackbat roared angrily. The black fog that was surging wildly around his body suddenly gathered behind him, forming a solid barrier. Although he used most of his strength to block the silver light, purplish-black flame, and orange light, Haybat was still a pseudo-demigod. He couldn't be ambushed so easily. Unfortunately, if Haybat looked carefully, he would have noticed. At this moment, Chuju wasn't holding a crystal sword, but a crimson spear. Chapter 1974. Swish. Like a scarlet flash, the crimson long spear flashed past with a speed that was comparable to lightning. It ruthlessly pierced towards the black fog that permeated the air. Clink. Amidst a light and agile sound, the crimson spear that fiercely pierced through the black mist seemed to have crashed into a steel wall, causing sparks to fly. Blackbat, who was diverting most of his attention and strength to block the 3 attacks in front of him, noticed this and sneered in his heart. But in the next moment, that sneer froze in Blackbat's mind, which suddenly went blank. Buzz! The crimson spear that pierced the steel-like black fog was suddenly jolted away. A burst of scarlet light flashed all over and reverberated like a ripple. Bang! The black fog that had spread out from Blackbat's back suddenly became sluggish. With a crisp, muffled sound, all of it disappeared as if it had been crushed. What? Blackbat's pair of pupils that were surging with a cold glint a moment ago slowly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His sneer also froze on his face. In his mind, a bell-like warning was ringing frantically. But it was all too late. The crimson spear wiped out the black fog with irresistible force. Before it could dissipate, the crimson spear once again turned into a scarlet flash amidst bursts of sparks. Amidst a shrill sonic boom, it tore through the air and mercilessly landed on the defenseless back of the man. Blackbat, who used most of his attention and strength to resist the 3 strongest attacks released by Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Dushin, didn't have the chance to retreat. The moment his last line of defense was broken, the most crucial result was already destined. Pucci! When the crisp tearing sound entered everyone's ears, crimson blood also sputtered in all directions and sprinkled on the ground. All sound between heaven and earth disappeared. The muscles on Black Bat's face completely froze. A pair of eyes that were originally filled with blood, ferocious, and murderous intent violently trembled. His expression gradually became lax. But under the control of his master, he lowered his head and cast his gaze on his master. In the next second, Black Bat saw it. On the part of his chest. To be more precise, it was on his heart. A section that was completely crimson. The tip of the spear covered in blood was sticking out from there. Not only did Chuju's spear effortlessly break through Black Bat's last line of defense, it also pierced through his body. Black Bat's heart. Fatal wound. Staring at the tip of the scarlet spear that protruded from his heart, Black Bat's eyes trembled even more intensely. In the end, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he spat out a few words. Can? Impossible? No. Nothing is impossible. That's because the red spear in Hinajiku's hand is the fantasy killer that Wu Yen has been hiding for a long time because she rarely gets a chance to use it. It was the fantasy killer that could erase all abilities that didn't exist in common sense. Naturally, this ability that didn't exist in common sense also included Black Bat's false god's power. Thus, no matter how strong Black Bat was, when he used his false god's power to form a defense against the fantasy killer, he was destined to lose. The fantasy killer was also the method that Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yagia, and Yushin used to kill Black Bat. All the preparations, all the planning, all the attacks, all the methods were used to pave the way for Chuju, who didn't have any abilities to use this attack. Although the process was exceedingly tortuous, with Divin, Duratsi and other unexpected incidents, in the end, Hinajiku still managed to successfully unleash her spear, establishing the victory of the weak against the strong. BZZ. The fantasy killer that pierced through Black Bat's heart trembled once more. The ability to erase all abilities that didn't exist in common sense came into effect once more. All the false god's power in Black Bat's body was instantly erased, leaving behind an empty body. Bam! As the pseudo-divine power circulating in Black Bat's body was completely eliminated by the fantasy killer, the power of the black fog derived from the pseudo-divine power also began to dissipate. The shadow that formed the dark cloud-like vortex trembled and shattered with a bang. As a result, the silver light that stirred up layers upon layers of wind waves, the purple-black flames that were so hot that even the air was distorted, and the dazzling orange beam of light were no longer obstructed. They shot out explosively without slowing down, landing on the Black Bat in front of them. "Nu!" Black Bat's desperate roar echoed throughout the Fear Imperial Palace's treasury, but it couldn't change the fate of death as it was met with the attacks of Elkanaf, Apollon, and Railgun. Bam! The violent shockwaves and scorching heat waves spread throughout the treasury of the Fea Empire. The first to bear the brunt of the shockwaves was Black Bat, who was struck by Elkanaf, Apollon, and Railgun. Ah! The violent impact and fire waves completely engulfed Black Bat's body. Black Bat, who had lost all of his strength and had his heart pierced, couldn't fight back at all. Amidst a series of shrill screams, Black Bat's fragile body was smashed into pieces, leaving not a single limb behind. Holding fantasy killer, Hinajiku rushed to Black Bat's back and pierced his heart with her spear, erasing his strength and killing him instantly. She was the second person to be affected by the shockwave. Her expression changed drastically as she turned into a flash of light and retreated as fast as she could. However, no matter how fast Chuju was, it was too late for her to dodge the shockwaves caused by Elkanaf, Apollon, and Railgun. Fantasy Killer could erase the power of supernatural abilities, but it couldn't erase the secondary phenomenon caused by supernatural abilities. For example, Fantasy Killer could erase the flames caused by supernatural abilities and magic, but it couldn't erase the temperature of the red-hot soldering iron caused by the flames caused by supernatural abilities and magic. Although the temperature was caused by the flames caused by supernatural abilities and magic, it was a secondary phenomenon. Fantasy Killer couldn't erase it. fantasy killer, could only affect the supernatural abilities directly. Therefore, the secondary phenomenon of the shockwaves caused by supernatural abilities could be erased, but the shockwaves and flames caused by them couldn't be erased. Hinagiku could only retreat with all her might. She watched as the shockwaves and flames spread towards her. Gritting her teeth, she waited for the impending pain. At this moment, an anxious voice rang out. Dual Variable Wing System. Deactivate. Variable Mobile Armor System. Deactivate. Armor reduced by 60%. Rotation performance increased by 550%. Accelerate. The moment his voice fell, a sharp piercing sound mixed with the vibration of the air suddenly reverberated in this space. The sound almost drowned out the sound of the impact of the wind and the waves of fire. Chuju quickly turned to the direction where the sound came from. Ikaros, who was carrying Mikoto, Yakuya, and Zaizen in her arms, came into sight. Her speed was even faster than Chuju's. Hinagiku didn't have the time to express her feelings. She quickly reached out her hand towards Ikaros, and just happened to grab Mikoto's hand from Ikaros' embrace. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, deactivate. A translucent crystal barrier surged out from Ikaros' body and turned into a protective barrier, enveloping the group of girls. Shockwaves, and flames engulfed the girls almost at the same time. Chapter 1975. Fea Empire, Royal City. Around a hall in the deepest part of the palace, a dense crowd of people surrounded the hall in the middle, their bodies flickering with various kinds of light. Surrounding them were the Misaka sisters, who were wearing circuit suits and equipped with CR units. A total of 5,000 Misaka sisters were present, forming an army with the largest number of people. They stood at the periphery and surrounded the palace. Their slender hands were raised in the direction of the palace, and traces of mana could be seen rippling around them. It was not the magical energy used by mages in the Spalier world or any other world. It was a type of energy used to activate the manifestation device. This type of energy was called magical energy. The Misaka sisters were using the CR units on their bodies to generate magical energy. They then used the magical energy to create an RY random field. The entire palace was covered in a thick layer of RY random field. Standing in front of the 5,000 Misaka sisters was a group of people of different ages, appearances, height, and genders. They were either wearing armor or long robes. Although these people were different in appearance compared to the Misaka sisters, the combat aura and magical energy that surged from their bodies were similar to the magical energy that the Misaka sisters were emitting. The similarity here referred to the strength. Obviously, these people were different in appearance compared to the Misaka sisters. However, in terms of individual strength, they were definitely not weaker than any of the Misaka sisters. However, in terms of numbers, there was a huge difference. At most, there were 300 to 400 of them. Compared to the 5,000 Misaka sisters, there was a huge difference. However, these people raised their hands in the direction of the palace. Their combat aura and magical energy surged from their hands and formed a rippling barrier. It covered the area around the RY random field and strengthened the RY random field. As for the innermost circle, in front of the group of Misaka sisters, warriors, and mages, Weya and Kaya were seated at the head of the table, which was closest to the palace. At this moment, the two of them also raised their magic staffs, continuously pouring their mana into them. The crystal ball at the tip of their staffs glowed brightly. It turned into a circle of strange turbulence. It spun and channeled into the RY random field, and the barrier that covered the palace. Needless to say, this was the specialty of the Fea Empire's royal family. It was the wind of dissolution that could dissolve all energy attacks. There were a total of 5,000 Misaka sisters who could exert the power of the 8th stage at their full power, as well as 3 9th stage powerhouses and 333 8th stage powerhouses to create a barrier, as well as Weya and Kaya's wind of dissolution that could dissolve all energy attacks. Even a demigod powerhouse would not be able to enter the palace. He would not be able to enter. Of course, that was referring to the human demigods. Magical beasts were generally physically stronger than humans. Therefore, even if he wasn't a demigod, Black Bat had the ability to break through. Because they knew this, Weya and Kaya's expressions were solemn from beginning to end. They didn't say a single word and focused on casting dissolving wind. They were doing their job faithfully. Boom! At a certain moment, the palace that was covered by layers of random field, wind of dissolution, and the barrier created by the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses shook violently. Apart from the Misaka sisters who were always calm, everyone was shocked. At the scene, everyone was shocked by this shock and started to clamor. Weya's and Kaya's expressions changed as well, and they hurriedly shouted, "Increase your strength by 1 level." Hearing this, the 3 powerhouses of the 9th stage and 333 powerhouses of the 8th stage finally calmed down. Their do-chi and mana became even denser and more violent, causing the barrier to become even more sturdy. Not only did the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses do the same, but the Misaka sisters also activated the magical power generation device to speed up the production of magical powers. Then, they infused the magical powers into the random field, making the random field even more solid. Boom! However, under these circumstances, the hall still began to shake violently. An extremely strange feeling surged into everyone's hearts, causing their expressions to change. In the senses of everyone present, the violently trembling palace seemed to have turned into a cage, imprisoning a ferocious beast within. And now, the beast seemed to be about to break free from its cage and see the light of day again. This sent chills down everyone's spine. Kaya opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Weya's expression suddenly changed and he cried out loudly, "Get down!" Almost at the instant Weya yelled, the palace that was enveloped by the layers of random field, wind of dissolution, and the barrier created by the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses stopped shaking. Then it exploded abruptly. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion that resounded throughout the entire Fea Imperial Palace, the domain of will, and barrier that shrouded the palace exploded under the sudden impact. As though it had transformed into a bomb, it set off a circle of strong wind waves and dense flames that spread in all directions and attacked the surroundings. Under Weya's timely command, the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses fell to the ground almost instantly when the palace exploded. Weya and Kaya were also caught off guard and fell to the ground. In an instant, cries of alarm echoed along with the earth-shattering explosion. The Misaka sisters were the only ones who didn't listen to Weya's order and didn't get caught off guard. Instead, they leaped into the air in unison and charged toward the gust of wind and fire with the help of the thrusters on their backs. Once again, the light of territory at will, shone and rippled out from their bodies. Buzz! Amidst the turbulence in the air, the Misaka sisters' willful territory, overlapped and formed a brightly colored willful territory. It opened and closed like a giant mouth, engulfing the strong wind and the intense flames that were gushing at them. Boom! The violent airwaves and flames collided with the random field. Kacha! The random field, formed by the 5,000 Misaka sisters, began to crack. Perhaps it was because he had used up most of his strength when he exploded the palace, but this time, the violent shockwave and fire did crack the domain of will, but they weren't able to break the domain of will. It didn't take long for the domain of will to dissipate. At this moment, the people lying on the ground lifted their heads with lingering fear. They saw a translucent barrier made of crystals flying toward them and landing on the ground. Boom! The translucent barrier made of crystals shattered instantly. Inside, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yukino, and the other girls were all sitting on the ground. They were all panting, and their eyes were filled with exhaustion. The entire place fell into silence. They looked up at Weya, Kaya, the Misaka sisters, and the powerful beings of the Fea Empire. The girls exchanged looks and smiled. Apart from Ikaros, the rest of them raised their hands and made a sign. Oh! In the next moment, shocking cheers rang out from the Fea Empire's palace and lasted for a long time. Chapter 1976. Behemoth Forest, the capital of a different generation. Oh! On the top floor of the Heart of Generations, Gap appeared out of thin air in the middle. An extremely shrill scream suddenly reverberated from within. Coupled with the ferocious and terrifying eyeballs in the gap, the atmosphere became extremely horrifying. Taking a closer look, the scene that was unfolding in the middle of the Heart of Generations hall was the scene of Black Bat's figure being engulfed by the Haku sisters Elkanaf, Ikros, Apollo, and Mikoto's railgun. The scene of Black Bat's figure being devoured by the Haku sisters Elkanaf, Ikros, Apollo, and Mikoto's railgun. Sitting on the sofa in front of the gap, and watching the scene reflected in the gap, as though watching a TV, Purple held a paper fan in one hand and habitually covered the lower half of her face, covering the parts below her nose. With a smile flashing across her eyes, she stood up. Buzz! A crack suddenly appeared in front of Purple like a door. Under the gaze of those ferocious and terrifying eyes, Purple walked into the gap and disappeared from the hall of the Heart of the Generation. Who? A gust of wind mixed with traces of fighting aura and magic power drifted past the area. A gust of dust and gravel blew through the space, blowing past the swaying green leaves. The wind blew past the spotless platform, as well as the big tree that stood in front and behind the platform, emitting a soft green light. In the middle of the platform, a palm-sized transparent whirlpool was spinning. The whirlpool was covered with a circle of dim light. There was a person standing in each of the 5 directions around the whirlpool. The remnant aura and magic power that was mixed in the wind came from these people. After the group of girls left the capital of a different era, they split up into 3 groups and headed to the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires respectively. It had been 5 days since they dealt with the 3 beast kings. In the span of 5 days, Xianxia had become the leader of the group. Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, had been guarding this place with legendary armaments. They didn't rest for a single moment to maintain the effect of the seal, trapping the beast kings in the space created by the guardian tree sapling. As the 5 days passed, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world who were still able to find the time to chat with Wu Yen had long become indifferent. What was left were 5 pale-faced guardians of the seal, whose eyes were filled with exhaustion as they squeezed every ounce of energy from their bodies. They tried to prolong the Beast King's time. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi were like arrows at the end of its flight. Even the light of the Do-Chi and magic energy that was originally comparable to a torrential flood had become much dimmer. This caused the Do-Chi and magic energy to not be completely used. A portion of them was separated and mixed into the surrounding wind. It was natural. From the time the Beast Kings were sealed to Wu Yan's departure, to the time when the group of girls came out from the lake. The entire journey to the 3 empires added up to 7 days. About 7 days had passed since then. 7 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. However, it was enough for Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, to use up all their energy. Not only did he have to continuously strengthen the seal by activating the legendary armament, but he also had to guard the Beast King within the seal. How could the amount of combat energy and mana he had to consume during this period of time be calculated? In the past 7 days, Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, had each taken potions to recover their aura, magic power, and stamina no less than 10 times. That was how they managed to hold on until now. However, as everyone knew, if one took too many potions, the human body would develop a corresponding immunity. Now, the demigods of the Spalier world wouldn't be able to recover much if they took more potions. In addition, they had been guarding the seal for 7 days without any rest since the Beast Kings were sealed. Their mental and spiritual fatigue was much more serious than their physical fatigue. It was already their limit to hold on until now. Compared to the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, Lena, Xianxia, and Magnubi, the Beast Kings had been resting and accumulating energy for the past 7 days in order to break the seal. What would happen in the end? Was there a need to say? Thurin, Mura, Lena, Xianxia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, were naturally aware of this. However, they continued to squeeze out the remaining aura and magic power in their bodies to strengthen the seal and delay the arrival of the disaster. Buzz. Right at this moment, pitch-black cracks filled with malevolent eyeballs appeared in the space in front of the platform, instantly attracting the attention of the group of demigods. However, the group of demigods didn't have the energy to divert their attention, so they could only watch in silence. Violet leisurely walked out of the gap, with a paper fan in her hand, and arrived in front of the seal. She didn't even look at the group of demigods around her. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the seal in front of her and broke into a smile. "Your 3 subordinates won't be able to see you again." As soon as he said that, the whirlpool that was spinning suddenly stopped, and the group of demigod powerhouses around him were startled. Soon after, they were overjoyed. If it weren't for the fact that they had no energy left, they would have cried out. Violet didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Instead, she flipped her hand and a cube-shaped enchanted field the size of a palm appeared in her hand. Inside the cube-shaped enchanted field, 2 strange black lights wriggled and crashed into the enchanted field like earthworms. They were the pseudo-god powers captured from Wild Bear and Dark Scorpion. "We can only retrieve 2 of them. The other one has disappeared with its master." Holding the enchanted field that imprisoned the black lights, Violet said with a sarcastic smile. "You've lost." As soon as she finished her sentence, a violent black mist rose from the vortex like leaking gas and diffused from the transparent vortex. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the transparent vortex began to tremble violently. Not only did it continuously leak out strands of black mist, it also emitted a soft beast-like roar. The roar was filled with anger, proving the extent to which its emotions had been stimulated by Violet's words. "Oh no!" The 5 demigods from the Spalier world, Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Xianxia, and Magnubi shrunk their pupils and sulked. They couldn't help but curse inwardly. They desperately urged their battle chi and magical powers to strengthen the seal with the support of their legendary armaments. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But it was a pity that Jarlin, Linya, Xianxia, and Magnubi didn't have much battle chi and magical powers left in their bodies to begin with. As a result, more than half of the battle chi and magical powers left in their bodies. The stabilized seal trembled violently again. Jarin, Mura, Linya, Xianxia, Magnubi, and the other demigods paled. Even Yukari had a grave expression on her face. They knew it. The seal couldn't trap the Beast King anymore. Boom, boom. Finally, in a muffled bang that seemed to resonate in everyone's head, the spinning transparent vortex exploded abruptly, bringing along a shockwave that spread in all directions and struck Jarlin, Linya, Xianxia, and Magnubi. PFFF. The 5 demigod rank powerhouses immediately raised their heads and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were sent flying and heavily fell off the platform, crashing into the ground around the platform. The realm of being and non-being. Purple pointed at the paper fan in his hand, and the shockwave that swept over directly disappeared without a trace under the effect of an inexplicable force. However, in the next moment, a powerful hand shot out from the shockwave in front of Z and grabbed his neck. Chapter 1977. Whoosh! As the shockwaves rolled up and down several times, the ferocious shockwaves also reverberated throughout the entire platform, spreading out like circles of substantial ripples. Cough, cough, cough. Under the platform, Garlin, Mura, Linya, Xianxia, and Magnubi were lying on the ground in different postures. Their faces were pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of their mouths. They raised their heads with difficulty and looked at the platform. When they saw what was happening on the platform, their faces turned even paler. On the platform where the shockwaves gradually calmed down, a majestic figure covered in black mist stood tall at the spot where the vortex used to be. His hand reached forward and grabbed Violet's neck tightly, lifting her up in the air. His eyes and face were filled with coldness. After 7 days, the Beast King finally broke through the seal left behind by Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 4 demigods of Silveria, and the guardian tree sapling. The Beast King reappeared in the world once again. The moment they sensed the decayed, dark, murderous, cold, and violent aura from the Beast King, Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods from Silveria felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but shudder. This was the Beast King. A pseudo-god Beast King. Less than half a step away. A Beast King that could become a peak god beast. Slap. The paper fan that belonged to Violet slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Violet, who was held by the neck by the Beast King, didn't make any unnecessary resistance. She only held the Beast King's hand that was on her neck and suppressed the unsightly expression on her face due to suffocation. She looked at the Beast King in front of her. On the surface, she looked relaxed and even smiled, but in her heart, she was quite surprised. Violet was not surprised that the Beast King had the power to take her down instantly. The pseudo-god Beast King was invincible in this spalier world where there were no gods. There was a huge gap between each level in the demigod level. Only the level 96 purple was above level 99. It wasn't strange that they couldn't fight back in front of a level 100 Beast King. In the previous battle, if the Beast King hadn't held back a bit of his strength, he would have died. He intended to intimidate everyone. Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other 5 demigods from the spalier world came to help. Violet alone wouldn't even have the chance to deal with the Beast King. Therefore, Violet was not surprised that she was taken down by the Beast King in an instant. What was truly surprising was that Z discovered that while the Beast King was holding her captive, the demonic chi that was constantly flowing in her body seemed to be under his control. No matter how hard she tried to urge it, it was still like a tortoise crawling. Not to mention using her realm power, she couldn't even use her demonic chi to strengthen her body. The true power of a Beast King could be seen from this scene. However, the look of surprise only flashed across Z's eyes for a moment. The Beast King could not see it at all. All he could see was Z forcefully suppressing her suffocation while maintaining a relaxed smile on her face. What I hate the most is your expression that seems to be in control of everything. The Beast King said coldly as he slowly tightened his grip. Finally, a pained expression appeared on Purple's face. Don't tell me you think you can fight me just because you took care of those 3 pieces of trash? Me? Fight you? Amethyst forced out a smile with great difficulty. Under the suffocating feeling, he spoke word by word. You're wrong. The one who can fight you is not me, not you? The Beast King sneered. You mean there is someone who can fight me? Violet smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. The current situation didn't allow her to say anything else. The suffocating feeling was getting stronger. Yakumo Violet, even if there is such a person, you won't be able to see it. The Beast King's eyes glinted as he looked at Violet, who was gripped by his neck and lifted in the air. He then turned to look at the enchantment that Violet had been holding in her other hand, which contained the power of the false god, and sneered again. But I have to thank you for delivering the demonic chi to me. It just so happens that I used up some of my strength to break free from the seal. It's a good chance to replenish it. After saying that, the Beast King stretched out his other hand and pointed at the enchantment that imprisoned the false god's power in Violet's hand. Boom! Just like that, the boundary that imprisoned the pseudo-god power was destroyed by the ordinary finger. The pseudo-god power flew out and was caught by the Beast King. With a tremble, the pseudo-god power drilled into the Beast King's body and became an insignificant part of the trillions of pseudo-god power in the Beast King's body. Even though it was only a negligible portion, an abnormal flush still appeared on the Beast King's face in the instant that the quasi-god's power entered its body. The black mist surging around its body became slightly denser, and its aura also became slightly more powerful, replenishing all of the power that the Beast King had expended to break free from the seal. Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world, couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. The Beast King wasn't someone they could deal with in the first place. Now, the 5 of them had basically lost their battle strength, and Purple had been captured by the Beast King. As long as the Beast King launched an attack, the 6 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world would undoubtedly die in the Beast King's hands. By then, without the protection of the demigod powerhouses, the humans of the Spalier world would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They would be at the mercy of the demonic beast army. The situation was set. Haha. It seemed that even the Beast King had the same thought. He glanced at Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world, as well as Purple, who was being lifted in midair by the neck. He couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. However, at this moment, Purple, who was being lifted in midair by the Beast King, suddenly opened her eyes. She gritted her teeth and frantically circulated the demonic chi in her body. Purple let out a muffled groan when she forcefully circulated the demonic chi that was suppressed by the Beast King. However, Purple ignored it and continued to extract demonic chi. She pointed her finger at the Beast King's direction. Buzz! The black mist surging around the Beast King's body rolled. The Beast King's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt. He widened his eyes and shuddered involuntarily. Boom! An explosive sound rang out from the Beast King's body without any warning. The Beast King's skin was torn apart by this explosive sound, and blood splattered everywhere. This time, it was the Beast King's turn to spurt out a mouthful of blood. A look of agony surfaced in his eyes. He couldn't help but loosen his grip on Purple's neck, allowing Purple to land on the ground and retreat with difficulty. Cough, cough. Purple clutched her neck and gasped for fresh air while coughing incessantly. The Beast King clutched his chest. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth and the skin all over his body. The black mist around his body rolled as though it had gone berserk. The Beast King let out a series of painful groans. He glared at the coughing Purple and snarled, "You tampered with the pseudo-god's power?" Purple continued to clutch her neck. She revealed a carefree smile once again and said sarcastically, "Otherwise, why would we come here in broad daylight to provoke your anger, and force you to break the seal by force?" While the Beast King was enraged, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No wonder Yakumo Yukari used the deaths of the 3 Beast Kings to provoke him. It turned out that she wasn't trying to vent her anger. She knew that it wouldn't take long for him to break the seal, so she simply infuriated him and forced him to break the seal. This way, he would definitely lose some of his strength. Of course, Yakumo Yukari didn't just want him to lose some of his strength. Her true motive was to bring the pseudo-god's power that she had tampered with to him so that he could absorb it to replenish his strength. Then, Yakumo Yukari could trigger the hidden dangers in the pseudo-god's power and make him suffer. That was indeed the case. Now, because of the 2 pseudo-gods' power that Purple tampered with, the pseudo-god's power in the Beast King's body went berserk. It was as if it wanted to break free from the Beast King's control. The Beast King's expression changed drastically. He clenched his teeth and glared at Purple. "Yakumo Yukari, you win." With that, the Beast King leaped into the air and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the horizon. It did not take long for him to disappear from everyone's sight. Chapter 1978. Seeing the Beast King's silhouette gradually disappear from the sky above the capital of Otherworld, Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, who were lying on the ground around the platform, finally snapped back to reality. They struggled to get up and made their way to the platform. "Miss Z." The pale-faced Cynthia clutched her chest as she helped Z, who was also clutching her chest, up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Violet said with a bitter smile. "I'll be fine after some rest." That was the truth. Violet did not suffer any injuries. The reason why she looked pale was because she had forcefully mobilized her demonic energy and was caught off guard by the Beast King's attack. Her entire body was in great pain from the forceful mobilization of her demonic energy. She would recover after some rest. However, due to the forceful mobilization of her demonic energy and the Beast King's suppression on Violet's demonic energy, the realm of illusion and reality around the capital of alternate generations had disappeared. Everyone could vaguely hear the roar of the demonic beasts, and the sound was getting further and further away. Come to think of it, the demonic beast army must have realized that the Beast King had left the capital of alternate generations and was recovering from the realm of illusion and reality. After the wind came out, it chased after the Beast King and left. Fortunately, the demonic beast army did not ignore the Beast King and attack the capital of alternate generations directly. With the current state of Violet, Garen, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demonic beasts from the Spalier world, they would not be able to turn the tide. It was hard to say if the 5,000 Misaka sisters would be able to stop the demonic beast army's attack. Jarlin spoke in relief when he thought of the current state they were in. Fortunately, the Beast King did not attack us just now. It's not that he didn't attack us, it's that he couldn't. Yukari stood up with Cynthia's help. She felt the pain in her body lessen a lot, and her complexion couldn't help looking better. Now, the demonic divine energy in his body should have gone berserk. Most likely, the trillions of fake god powers would all attack him at the same time. At that time, even if he can deal with us, he will definitely not have a good ending. This was the disadvantage of relying on external forces. If the Beast King had followed the rules and advanced all the way, his realm was stable. His strength was also stable. Even if Purple had thought of a way to help the Sound Beast King, the Sound Beast King would at most suffer some injuries, which would not be a big deal. In fact, the 2 pseudo-god powers that Purple had tampered with didn't do much damage to the Beast King. Instead, they caused all the pseudo-god powers in the Beast King's body to go berserk, forcing the Beast King to leave. Under such circumstances, if the Beast King wanted to stabilize all the pseudo-divine power in his body, it would definitely take some time. Once again, Purple relied on his extraordinary wisdom to fight for precious time. Garen, Mula, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigod-level experts of the Spalier world, couldn't help but look at Purple with admiration. She was holding her chest and smiling from the beginning to the end. In the beginning, the reason why they were able to seal the Beast King was because, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for Violet's meticulous planning, the sealing tools left behind by the 4 gods wouldn't have been able to be buried in the Beast King's body. It wouldn't have been effective, and the Beast King wouldn't have been sealed. If the Beast King had not been sealed at that time, with the Beast King's terrifying pseudo-god power, he would only need 1 or 2 days to deal with the group of demigod-level experts, and the Spalier world would be his. Now, when the Beast King was about to break free from the seal and bring an unparalleled disaster to the Spalier world again, Purple stood out bravely and took the risk again. She stimulated the Beast King to break free from the seal, consumed some of his strength, and sent 2 pseudo-god powers to the Beast King for him to absorb. Perhaps, Purple had already expected that the Beast King would absorb the 2 pseudo-god powers to replenish his strength. Thus, it was yet another series of schemes, one after another and one after another, luring the Beast King into a corner. This time, he had managed to gain precious time for the second time. In other words, Purple had saved the Spalier world twice. Miss Purple. Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigod-level experts from the Spalier world suppressed their injuries and bowed to Purple solemnly. Thank you very much. Hearing this, Purple smiled calmly as if she had already expected that Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi would do this. There is an old saying in my little guy's hometown, no egg can remain intact when the nest is overturned. If the Spalier world really becomes the world of demonic beasts, we won't have an easy time either. Therefore, I'm not completely helping you. The Beast King's threat is just prolonging for a while. Miss Z, you've done enough. Linya comforted her. Without Miss Purple, the Spalier world would have already become the world of demonic beasts. The time that Miss Purple has bought is very precious to us. That's right. Mura and Magnubi nodded solemnly. We still need Miss Purple's help to deal with the Beast King. My help? Violet chuckled and shook her head. No, you don't need my help anymore, and you don't need my help anymore. Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigod-level experts from the Spalier world were stunned. Don't you feel it? She didn't mind Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi's reactions. Instead, she put on a sincere and beautiful smile and looked at the heart of the generation. Her amethyst-like eyes shone with an indescribable splendor. That familiar aura that I haven't felt for a long time. New Empire, Palace. Inside a palace, Shokuha Misaki, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria were discussing the aftermath of the demonic beast army's retreat with Carter and Sylph. All of a sudden, they stopped what they were doing and turned to look in a certain direction. This feeling. Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku clutched their thumping hearts. Their eyes shone brighter and brighter. Astria was so excited that she couldn't even speak properly. She cheered out loud. Ah! Shokuha Misaki's eyes glowed brightly, a dazzling smile appeared on her beautiful face. She stroked her long hair and murmured, "Looks like it's time for us to return, Baruba Empire, Floating Plaza." Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami, Miku, and Yoshino were watching the images of the Baruba Empire rebuilding the palace and capital of the Baruba Empire on Fraxinus Command Center. Their hearts skipped a beat. It was as if a similar heartbeat was resonating with them from afar. The elven girls who were doing their own things froze for a moment. Kotori. Kurumi's tone was impatient for the first time. Toka, Origami, Miko, and Yoshino also turned their heads and looked at Kotori. This feeling. Could it be, that's so slow? Kotori grumbled. Then she stood up and declared loudly. That's so slow. Start the engines. Take off at full speed. Our destination is the otherworldly capital. Fea Empire, border. Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yuki Cord, and the rest of the Misaka sisters stood in front of a glowing magic formation with Ka. They watched as Ka removed the last magic formation of the gravity field and felt their ability to fly restored. They smiled. However, in the next moment, the smiles on the girls' faces froze. With a swoosh, they all turned their heads and looked into the distance. Ikaros's expression that had never changed before suddenly changed. Her eyes rippled and her figure turned into a ray of light, shooting towards the horizon. Kaya was shocked. Just as he was about to say something, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Yagia, and Ikaros all leaped into the air. Other than Hinajuku, who was in Mikoto's arms, the rest of them used their flying abilities to chase after Ikaros. Only one sound was left, which drilled into Kaya's ears. We're going back. Behemoth Forest, otherworldly capital. Beside the window on the top floor of the Heart of Generations, a man was standing there. His back was straight and his head was slightly raised, looking at the sky outside. The black coat on his body was fluttering in the wind, making loud noises. His bangs moved up and down with the wind, and his wine-red pupils rippled with an incomparably deep light. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, carrying a steady, powerful, and confident arc. The next moment, a familiar voice reverberated in this space that belonged only to him. Looks like I'm not too late. Chapter 1979. Phew! Standing by the window, he took in a deep breath of the wind blowing against his face. Taking in the familiar scents and scents, Wu Yen let out a carefree sigh from the bottom of his heart. It's been 7 days since Wu Yen left the Spalier world, which means it's been 700 days since he started the Demigod Path quest. It's been 2 years. 2 years. For Wu Yen, it's been a long time. Although Wu Yen spent 3 years in the Sword and Saber Dominion world, Wu Yen had the gentle and virtuous Asuna by his side and the cheerful and cute Yui by his side. But this time, it's different. It's not that Wu Yen didn't care about the completion of the demigod quest in the other dungeons, but at least he wasn't in a hurry. Aside from completing the quest, he would also spend time with the storyline characters and talk about love. It's not that he wasn't happy about it. This time, in order to complete the demigod path and return as soon as possible to deal with the Beast King, Wu Yen spent all his time running around. Let alone flirting with the storyline characters, he even had to squeeze out time to sleep. If he didn't have Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Agurola by his side, Wu Yan's temperament would have changed a lot during these 2 years. He would have become quiet and cold. Of course, the hard work wasn't in vain. After 2 years of hard work, Wu Yen finally completed all the quests on the demigod path. 5 rings. A total of 5 rings. That is to say, in these 2 years, Wu Yen ran through 5 dungeons and completed all 5 segments of the demigod path quest before he finally completed the demigod path quest. In addition to the previous 4 rings, Wu Yen completed a total of 9 rings of the demigod path quest. Finally, when he completed the 9th ring of the quest, he received a notification. He received a notification that the system could no longer upgrade the effects of the items that could help him advance to demigod rank. In other words, at this moment, Wu Yen can take out the quest items he collected from the 9 dungeons and synthesize them into items that can help him ascend to the demigod rank. It should be the item to upgrade to the peak of demigod rank. Thinking of this, Wu Yen smiled again. His eyes emitted a cold light. Although he had just returned, the sapling was Wu Yan's noble phantasm. As the owner of the noble phantasm, Wu Yen could feel that the space created by the sapling had been destroyed. The Beast King had broken out of the seal. However, the Beast King didn't attack when it broke out of the seal. After thinking about it, Wu Yen understood. Yui must have contributed to this. The Beast King? Wu Yen hid his expression and glanced at the platform through the window. I won't let you be smug for long. After saying this, Wu Yen turned around and walked back to his room without saying goodbye to Yui, who was still on the platform. After entering the room that he hadn't seen for 2 years, Wu Yen closed the door tightly and sat down. He raised his hand and waved at the space in front of him. Buzz! Suddenly, a circle of crimson ripples appeared in the space in front of him. It slowly expanded as if something was being spat out. Under the tremor of the crimson ripples, items and props emerged from within and gently fell to the ground. Among these items, there were 3 drops of blood of the last descendant of Avalon's holy dragon royal family in different growth states obtained from the world of Star-Carving Dragon Knight, 7 class cards obtained from the world of Magical Girl Ilya, 1 million Eve's hearts obtained from the world of Ingenious Girl Will Not Get Hurt, and the blood essence of Ling Meng, Yui, Yuanxiang, Hui, and Jui obtained from the Fantasy Village. Apart from these items, the rest were items that Wu Yen had obtained in the past 2 years to complete the 5th round of the Demigod Path mission. Among them, some were items with strange shapes and effects. Some were parts of rare beasts, some were ordinary-looking things, some were strange unknown liquids, and some even looked like stones. These were all items that the Demigod Path mission required to collect. They were also items that could be synthesized to advance to the demigod rank. Sitting on the ground, Wu Yen stared at these strange items. After a while, he closed his eyes. System. Request to complete the Demigod Path mission. Synthesize the reward item. Beep. User has completed the Demigod Path mission. Synthesize the reward item. Request in progress. Request complete. Synthesize the reward item. Listening to the cold and emotionless voice that rang directly from his mind, Wu Yen spat out a word expressionlessly. Synthesize the reward item. Begin synthesizing. As soon as the system's voice fell, the various items on the ground that were collected according to the requirements of the Demigod Path mission floated up into the air. Whoosh! Following a gust of wind, the items floating in the air suddenly burst into flames and were enveloped by flames of various colors. TSK. The green flames were silent, had no temperature, and did not emit any strange aura. However, under the roasting of the flames, the strange items from various dungeon worlds burned like pieces of paper. In the end, all of them turned into thick, ash-like light. Wu Yan discovered that the color of the light became brighter and brighter under the roasting of the flames. In the end, the color was so bright that it hurt his eyes. Moreover, the color was getting closer and closer to the color of the flames that were roasting them. Not long after, they were completely identical. Hum 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 hum. It wasn't until every mission item was burned to ashes by the flames of various colors, and the light became the same color as the flames, that the flames wrapped in the light suddenly trembled. With a spin, they converged towards the center and collided with each other. Boom! With a muffled sound that was neither too loud nor too soft, all the flames that were wrapped in dense light collided together. Like different colored liquids, they intertwined with each other, twisting and fusing together. After a while, they actually turned into a ball of transparent flame. At the same time, the ash-like light also intertwined, twisted, and fused with each other in the transparent flame as though it was smelted by the surrounding flames. It spun like a dewdrop. After an unknown amount of time, the transparent flame started to dissipate under Wu Yan's watchful eyes. The flame and the quest items that Wu Yan had painstakingly collected from the various dungeon worlds disappeared without a trace. The only thing left behind was a dewdrop. A dewdrop that was clearly transparent but emitted a rainbow-like radiance. Beep! Item synthesis successful. Ding! Obtained Demigod's Dew, perfect. Demigod's Dew, perfect, a synthesized item rewarded after completing the Path of Demigod mission issued by the system. Special item. Cannot be exchanged. Effect. Has the effect of raising the user's level to 90. If the completion of the Path of Demigod mission increases, the grade of the item will also increase. The level that can be raised after using the item will also increase. The perfect grade means that the item can be raised to the peak of the level. The user will be raised to level 99 after using the item. Requirement. Requires the user to be at least level 89. There is a risk of self-explosion if the user is below level 89. The effect will be reduced if the user is above level 89. The item is exclusive to the user, Wu Yan. Other than Wu Yan, it will not be effective. The transparent dewdrop that was emitting a rainbow-like radiance floated in midair, dazzling Wu Yan. He could not help but reach out his hand. The Demigod's Dew, perfect, seemed to have a mind of its own as it gently floated into Wu Yan's hand and landed in his palm. It was clearly a dewdrop, but when he held it, Wu Yan felt as though he was holding a gem. Looking at the Demigod's Dew, perfect, lying obediently in his hand, he could not help but smile. It was a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It had been around 3 years since the Path of Demigod mission was issued. Wu Yan had finally completed the Path of Demigod mission and obtained the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of Demigod. Chapter 1980. Demigod Pinnacle. Now that the conditions for the birth of gods had been lost, they were truly the strongest existences in the countless planes. Of course, that didn't include the Beast King, who relied on the power of a false god to reach the false god rank. After all, in the long history of Silveria, the Beast King was the only one who managed to reach the demigod rank. Even in the future, there shouldn't be another demigod rank that was unique to the demigod rank. Apart from the special Beast King, the item that allowed him to become the strongest existence in the world was lying obediently in his hands. Wu Yan wasn't excited at all. His heart was filled with endless emotions. A tool that could allow one to reach the pinnacle of demigod in one fell swoop. If an outsider were to find out that Wu Yan is the only one who can use this item, they would go crazy with jealousy. This includes Garen, Mula, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods of Silveria. To be able to obtain such an item, how could he not be excited? However, no matter how heaven-defying this item was to others, Wu Yan only had one feeling, and that was to sigh. For no other reason than the fact that this item is something he worked hard for 3 years or so to obtain. It's not something that just fell from the sky, it's not something that can be exchanged from the system. The system only gave Wu Yan an opportunity, and Wu Yan grasped it very well. Instead, he turned it into a real opportunity. All of this could not have happened without the help of the group of girls who were Wu Yan's summoners. Especially Yukari, who had been supporting Wu Yan ever since the Demigod Path mission began, helping Wu Yan analyze the pros and cons of the mission. If it wasn't for the support and expectations of the group of girls, perhaps Wu Yan really could not help but give up halfway in the face of some difficulties and synthesize Demigod Du long ago, allowing himself to advance to the demigod level, but he would not be able to reach the heavens in a single step. He had become a peak demigod. So, Beast King, I will not allow you to harm the people around me. Wu Yan murmured these words that were filled with determination. His gaze was fixed as he raised his head. He placed the demigod Du perfect in his mouth. He swallowed it into his stomach. Almost at the same time as the demigod Du perfect entered his mouth, the dewdrop that was as bright as a gem turned into a slightly cold surging stream, like ice water, and rushed into Wu Yan's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Along with the slightly cold clear stream, it flowed into his body. Wu Yan's body actually began to emit a trembling sound, causing Wu Yan's mouth, which had yet to be closed, to tremble slightly, almost scraping his teeth. This was because it was not just a slightly cold clear stream, but the energy contained in the clear stream was so strong that it rushed into Wu Yan's body like a substantial impact, constantly impacting his body. Fortunately, Wu Yan's body was not only full of vitality due to the bloodline of the true ancestor, but it was also quite resilient, and his physique was also very strong. Otherwise, it was very likely that the surging powerful energy would cause his skin to crack and bleed, and he would end up like the Beast King who was rioting with the power of a false god. Wu Yan closed his eyes and a strong suction force came out of his body. The suction force landed on the cool demigod Du perfect. It's like a tug of war. The suction force is trying to pull the energy out of the demigod Du perfect. With the pull of the suction force, the slightly cold clear stream suddenly became turbulent, and the shockingly rich energy was like a shock wave, continuously attacking Wu Yan's body, causing Wu Yan to tremble. However, while these shocks were hitting Wu Yan's body, on the other side, the slightly cold clear stream of energy began to slowly leave the cold clear stream under the pull of the suction force, and began to flow under the control of Wu Yan's mind. How did it flow? Naturally, it began to flow according to Wu Yan's highest level of magic power cultivation method. During this period of flow, Wu Yan could faintly feel that his meridians, bones, meridians, blood vessels, and even his cells were madly devouring the energy that flowed according to the magic power cultivation method. As the energy pulled out from the cold, clear stream of energy was devoured by his organs, tissues, and systems, everything in Wu Yan's body was undergoing an extremely shocking speed of strengthening. Wu Yan didn't know what this energy from the demigod Du perfect is, but now he has a better idea of what it is. Like the miraculous pool water, the demigod Du perfect seemed to have an extremely special transformation effect. However, unlike the mechanical transformation, sublimation, strengthening, and purification of the miraculous pool water, the energy from the demigod Du perfect also contained a vigorous vitality. Devouring this energy was like soaking one's body in a hot spring. Not only was it warm, but it was also very lively. If there was someone present, they would definitely notice that after swallowing the demigod Du perfect, Wu Yan's body was currently emitting rings of extremely mysterious energy ripples. He was like a butterfly that was about to break out of its cocoon. Everything in his body was undergoing changes. As these changes progressed, everything in Wu Yan's body was also strengthening, purifying, and deepening, causing Wu Yan's aura to become stronger and stronger. Gradually, even the boundless magic power in Wu Yan's body was not to be outdone. It began to absorb the energy of the demigod Du perfect, and underwent a transformation. Thus, in the next second, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 90. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 91. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 92. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 93. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 94. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 95. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 96. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 97. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 98. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 99. The moment the last system notification ended, the energy that was surging in Wu Yan's body also stopped. The demigod Du, perfect, that had been devoured by the cells in Wu Yan's body also dissolved into the last bit of energy and flowed into his magic power. Buzz. A monstrous pressure surged from Wu Yan's body, but retracted back into Wu Yan's body in the next second as though nothing had happened. Wu Yan opened his eyes slowly. The pair of burgundy pupils had disappeared, only to be replaced by a dazzling golden color. That was a state that would only appear when Wu Yan utilized the true ancestor's bloodline to the limit and his emotions burst forth to the limit. But now, even though his heart was as calm as an ancient well, the true ancestor's bloodline didn't react in the slightest. Wu Yan's eyes were still this dazzling golden color, which meant that Wu Yan had developed the true ancestor's bloodline to the limit. This was the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Phew! Wu Yan let out a deep breath. He didn't need to look at his body to know how powerful the power in his body was. To put it bluntly, even if Violet, Youxiang and Yonglin were to stand in front of him, Wu Yan would still have the ability to rush up and defeat them all. But this wasn't enough. It was impossible to defeat a demigod beast king with only the pinnacle of the demigod realm. System. Wu Yan didn't have time to savor the taste of being promoted to the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Create equipment according to all aspects of my body. Beep. The system has obtained all aspects of the user's body data. According to the user's requirements, the system will create the most suitable equipment for the user. The required points are as follows. D-grade equipment requires 1,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. C-grade equipment requires 10,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. B-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. A-grade equipment requires 1,000,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. S-grade equipment requires 1,000,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. Please make your choice. Chapter 1981. As mentioned before, the pinnacle of demigod was the limit of every life form. No matter what kind of existence this life form was, as long as it could cultivate, break through, and level up, it could only reach the pinnacle of demigod at most. It was impossible to reach any higher with just one's cultivation alone. It was the same for Wu Yan and his group of summoning girls. Due to the system, Wu Yan and his group of summoning girls could gain experience points as long as they could fight, accumulate experience points, and level up. However, this kind of level up would stop at level 99 pinnacle of demigod. Even the system could not continue to absorb experience points to level up. In order to become a true and invincible divine level expert that surpassed the pinnacle of demigod, one had to fulfill the following two conditions. 1. Reach the pinnacle of demigod. 2. Absorb the power of God and obtain the opportunity to break through. Wu Yan had reached the pinnacle of demigod. In that case, if he wanted to advance to divine level and become a true expert, Wu Yan only lacked one thing: the power of God. The system had also said that the so-called power of God referred to a kind of sharpness that naturally formed equipment with great power possessed. As it was naturally formed and did not have any signs of life, it did not belong to the category of life forms and had been nurtured by the equipment with great power. This kind of sharpness without any signs of life had the property of breaking the limits of life forms, allowing the life form to step into the realm of God and advance to divine level. This kind of natural formation. There were equipment with great power that contained the power of God in the system. However, how could those equipment compare to equipment that was tailor-made for him? Although Wu Yan wanted to advance to divine level, he did not want to casually exchange for an S-grade mythical armament just to advance to divine level. Since he wanted to do it, shouldn't he do it to the best of his ability? Some people wanted to say that since the power of God was naturally formed, the sharpness of equipment with great power would be sharpness. Equipment with great power was a kind of sharpness in itself. Could an S-grade equipment created by the system also contain the power of God? The answer: of course it could. According to the system, S-grade mythical armaments were naturally formed equipment, and the so-called creation by the system was just a modification of an S-grade mythical armament that could originally be exchanged from the system. It was just a modification that was more suitable for the user. That's why Wu Yan decided to forego the exchange and forge instead. However, looking at the words equipment points, item points, and ability points required, Wu Yan's pair of bright golden eyes became absent-minded. He reached out his hand and clicked on the system list. Character: Wu Yan. Equipment points: 4770000. Item points: 5370000. Ability points: 4660000. Summoning points: 1210000. Level: 99. After 2 years of experience in 5 instance dungeons, excluding the summoning points, Wu Yan's equipment points had reached 4,770,000 points. His item points had reached 5370000 points, and his ability points had reached 4660000 points. However, crafting an S-grade mythical armament required 1 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. The difference was like heaven and earth. At that moment, Wu Yan let out a bitter laugh. After pondering for a while, a torrent of mana suddenly rushed out from his body and turned into a knight's robe that was burning like flames. It covered his body. System, Wu Yan said in a deep voice. Can I use the S-grade mythical armament as a bridge to upgrade the paladin equipment? Isn't Wu Yan's paladin equipment the most suitable equipment for Wu Yan himself? If the system could use the S-grade mythical armament that originally needed to be modified as a material to upgrade the paladin equipment, it should be able to reduce some of the points consumed, right? Unfortunately, beep. The possibility of upgrading the paladin equipment is 100%. It requires 9 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. Hearing the system prompt, Wu Yan almost suffocated. 9,000,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points? Previously, when he was forging the paladin equipment, he spent 10 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. While forging the S-grade mythical armament required 10 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. Upgrading the paladin equipment required 9 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. Isn't that equivalent to offsetting the 1 million equipment points, item points, and ability points used to forge the paladin equipment? Sigh. After a slight sigh, Wu Yan could only accept his fate and took out his ring of gold. There were still 5 demigod-level magic crystals in the ring of gold. 5 demigod-level magic crystals should be able to exchange for a lot of ability points, right? Immediately, Wu Yan took out the 5 demigod-level magic crystals and handed them over to the system. Ding! Obtained 5 million ability points. 5,000,000 ability points? That's 1,000,000 ability points for a demigod-level magic crystal? Now that he had enough ability points, he was still lacking in equipment points and item points. After giving it some thought, Wu Yan activated the Gate of Babylon and looked at the 5 gigantic machines in the depths. They were mechanical monsters that had 6 mechanical legs that looked like giant iron nails and 2 tentacle-like hooks. They looked like spiders and there was a red dot shining on their heads. Their bodies were covered in armor. Behind these 5 spider-like mechanical monsters, there was another one that was also covered in armor, but it was twice the size of the other 5. It had the same mechanical limbs, but its body, which was the center of the body, was larger. Its head was not placed at the front of the body, but like a three-pronged crown, it protruded from the top of the body. It was a large mechanical monster with a long and slender gun barrel similar to a launcher installed at the top of the body. They were the god-slaying weapons that Wu Yen had obtained from the Bloodlust Strike world. They were the Nalakuvra and the Nalakuvra's Queen Machine. Wu Yen had planned to place these machines in the capital of alternate generations like the saplings of the Guardian Divine Tree to protect the capital of alternate generations. Who knew that the Misaka sisters would be able to unleash the power of level 8. Therefore, these Nalakuvras were placed in the Gate of Babylon. Now, it was time for them to contribute to Wu Yen. Without hesitation, Wu Yen handed over the god-slaying weapons that many warmongers in the Bloodlust Strike coveted to the system. Ding! Obtained 3 million equipment points. Ding! Obtained 5 million item points. 3,000,000 equipment points and 5 million item points. The legendary god-slaying weapons lived up to their name. Now that he had gathered all the item points, his equipment points had reached 77,000 points. He was only 130,000 equipment points away from upgrading his Holy Knight equipment. By then, Wu Yen would be able to absorb the power of God and obtain the opportunity to level up to the celestial level. Equipment points. Item points. Wu Yen gritted his teeth and handed over all the equipment and relics in the Gate of Babylon to the system. Among them were the Nietsu no Shana, Meteor Shower, and many other iron sand that had been turned into relics. After losing all the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the Gate of Babylon had to rely on the quantity and quality of the equipment to increase its power. In the end, Wu Yen decided to put all the equipment that he could not hand over into an infinite space ring and handed over the Gate of Babylon to the system. Gathering here and there, after 5 minutes, Wu Yen finally got all the points he needed. Character, Wu Yen equipment points, 901100 item points, 1037000 ability points, 9660000 summoning points, 121000 level, 99. Phew! Wu Yen let out a sigh of relief when he saw all the points on the system list. System, upgrade the Holy Knight equipment. Beep! Upgrading the equipment. Upgrading the target, Holy Knight equipment. Deducting 900000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. Upgrading commencing. In the next moment, the Holy Knight outfit that was burning fiercely seemed to have been doused with gasoline. With a whoosh, the burning phenomenon became even more violent. However, Wu Yen did not care about the burning Holy Knight equipment on his body, because he felt it. In the Holy Knight equipment, a strange energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing his organs, tissues, cells, and even mana to tremble slightly, sending out a signal of desire. Chapter 1982. The Holy Knight outfit on his body was still rolling and fluctuating like a raging flame, but Wu Yen didn't feel it at all. The inexplicable power that suddenly appeared from the Holy Knight outfit made every cell, every bit of magical power, and every inch of skin in his body tremble and become restless. This kind of feeling was as if he had encountered an extremely high-grade tonic. Thus, Wu Yen instantly understood. This inexplicable power that came from the Holy Knight outfit was the power of God. Moreover, as the level of the Holy Knight outfit continued to increase, the power of God also increased bit by bit. In the end, it turned into streaks of white light that wandered back and forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every cell, every bit of magical power, and every inch of skin in his body trembled more and more frequently with the increase of the power of God. However, Wu Yen suppressed the desire and impulse in his heart to absorb the power of God and immersed his mind into the Holy Knight outfit. In the Holy Knight outfit, Wu Yen seemed to have seen another world. It was an endless, pure white world that stretched as far as the eye could see. In such a world, streaks of extremely dazzling white light were like streaks of pure white meteors that wandered back and forth aimlessly. This scene was like the stars in the universe, containing an incredible feeling. And looking at these streaks of white light that wandered back and forth like pure white meteors, another scene immediately emerged in Wu Yan's mind. That was what he saw on the high cliff in the behemoth forest back then. Endless, dense, strange black lights that wriggled like worms. It was a scene that made one's scalp tingle. Taking a closer look, these streaks of white light that wandered back and forth like pure white meteors were extremely similar to the shape, appearance, and scale of the strange black lights. But that wasn't strange. After all, these white lights were the power of God that all powerful people dreamed of. As for the power of the pseudo-gods, it was a power developed by the four gods by using the fragments of the mythical armament that contained the power of the gods as research. The original purpose was also to be able to replicate the power of the gods and mass-produce endless power of the gods. In that case, the shape, appearance, and scale of divine power and false divine power were roughly the same, so there was nothing special about them. The difference was, when the meteor-like white light flowed, it was extremely pleasing to the eye. It was as if a real meteor was flying through the sky, making those who looked at it feel comfortable. On the other hand, the false god's power was like a worm, wriggling in the air. It was extremely disgusting. In addition, the aura emitted from the meteor-like bright white light was so grand and vast. However, the strange black light was cold and vicious. The difference between two forces that had the same origin but were completely different could be easily seen with a little comparison. Moreover, the power of God could help one break through the limits of life. When one reached the God level, the false god's power could change the form of life, turning one into a monster and forcibly increasing one's strength. It was obvious which of the two was stronger and which was weaker. When the meteor-like bright divine power in the holy knight armor filled the entire white world, the system's notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. Ding! Grade upgrade successful. I grade, holy knight armor, upgraded to S grade. Ding! Holy Knight Armor, upgraded to S grade. Increasing the effect of aura creation. Without any damage to the Holy Knight Armor, it will continue to create aura. Absorbing aura will have the effect of upgrading from level 99 to level 100. The more aura it absorbs, the higher the success rate of upgrading. Listening to the system's notification, this time, Wu Yan finally couldn't hide the excitement in his heart and clenched his fists tightly. The mythical armament had the effect of nurturing the power of God, and the power of God could help pinnacle demigod experts break through the limits of life and advance to the God level. Of course, the power of God could only play the role of a ticket to the God level. Whether one could step through the door to the God level still depended on the efforts and actions of the absorber. In this aspect, it required the absorber to have a certain level of aptitude and talent to break through. How about Wu Yan's aptitude and talent? Wu Yan didn't know about this. He was able to reach the pinnacle demigod level all the way by relying on the system's ability to absorb EXP to level up. If he cultivated on his own, other than his own magic power and some magic, Wu Yan didn't try anything else. Naturally, he didn't know how his aptitude and talent were. However, Wu Yan believed that he would definitely succeed in breaking through. Where did this confidence come from? Wu Yan also didn't know. It was a kind of confidence that had no basis and was just a feeling in the unseen world. Driven by this confidence, Wu Yan didn't hesitate. He slowly released the magic power in his body and poured it into the holy knight outfit that was burning like flames around his body. He turned the magic power into a ribbon that wrapped around one of the dazzling meteor-like power of God in the vast white world and pulled it into his body. Bang! The moment the power of God drilled into his body, Wu Yan suddenly heard a roar in his mind as if something had shattered. His golden pupils began to slacken and he looked like his soul had left the world. In fact, Wu Yan's consciousness was indeed no longer clear-headed. In a trance, he was pulled up by a suction force and pulled into a wonderful space. This was a space that resembled the universe. Even though there weren't any sun, moon, or stars, it was filled with specks of starlight. Wu Yan quivered and came to his senses. A trace of confusion flashed across his face. But when he felt the feeling of harmony in the surrounding space and the state of his soul leaving his body, Wu Yan suddenly understood. This space was the deepest part of his soul. In other words, the place Wu Yan came to was the place where his soul was stored. His current form also existed in the form of a soul. Why was he suddenly pulled into the deepest part of his soul? At this point, Wu Yan seemed to be somewhat at a loss and also somewhat enlightened. He knitted his brows and entered a mysterious state. Ding! At this moment, a strange sound suddenly reverberated in the space of the deepest part of his soul. It rippled like water and attracted Wu Yan's attention. It wasn't until this moment that Wu Yan discovered it. In the deepest part of his soul, at the forefront, there was a luminous sphere that was as round and eternal as a star. 2 halos revolved around it. It was a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. If it were someone else who saw such an inexplicable thing in the depths of their soul, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. However, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and a trace of palpitation emerged on his face. System. System. That's right. System. The only thing that existed in the depths of Wu Yan's soul and integrated with his soul without any gap was the system. In other words, this luminous sphere that was as round and eternal as a star with 2 halos revolving around it was the system that changed Wu Yan's fate. Out of the blue, Wu Yan's body uncontrollably floated towards the glowing sphere that is as round as a star. It's surrounded by 2 light rings. It's about 1 meter in diameter. He reached out his hand and placed it on top of the glowing sphere. Buzz? A ripple that seemed to be gratified, joyful, and sentimental reverberated around the glowing sphere. It felt like a pet that had been waiting for its master to come to its side, or a servant that had finally completed its mission. It trembled with excitement. Boom! In the next moment, the system that had integrated with Wu Yan's soul and changed Wu Yan's fate expanded and exploded into countless light spots. Looking at this scene, Wu Yan was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses. However, when he saw the light spots that exploded, his mouth slowly widened. This was because there were many familiar things in those light spots. Shana of the Mesa, Meteor Knight, Treasure of the King. Even the resplendent breath and other equipment and items that he had seen in the exchange list of the system were in those light spots. Some of the light spots didn't have any equipment or items. Instead, they had some images, some of which demonstrated various abilities and some of which were images of strange worlds. The images that demonstrated various abilities were naturally the abilities that could be exchanged in the system. The images of the strange worlds were the dungeon worlds. In these dungeon worlds, the storyline characters were reflected in the images and had light spots on them, representing the summoned characters. Then, the equipment, items, abilities, summoned characters, and light spots that represented the dungeon worlds that made up the system all swarmed into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1983. I'm back. Astria rushed into the Heart of Generations Hall with Shokuhun Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku following behind her. They rushed into the hall like a school of fish. Shokuhun Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria noticed Yukari wasn't the only one in the hall. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, Yuzun, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami, Mikoto, Shiki, and the other elven girls were there as well. All the girls who went to the 3 empires were gathered here. You're all back. Shokuhun Misaki looked at Mikoto and Kotori with a surprised expression. Did you guys come back by airship as well? That's right. It would be great if that's the case. Mikoto didn't have the time to argue with Shokuhun Misaki. She glanced at Ikaros, who was standing in the corner of the hall, staring at the entrance of the hallway. Ikaros rolled her eyes. We flew back as fast as we could to catch up to Ikaros. When we were almost out of energy, we were almost there. How can a normal airship compare to my Fraxinus? Kotori didn't beat around the bush. If we traveled at full speed, we would have made it back in time. We wouldn't even need a day. Then where's Master? Astria asked in a stuttering tone. Yeah. Why isn't Master here? Master? He's not out yet? Yukari, who was sitting on the sofa and sipping on her black tea, said with a smile. It should have been a day since I locked myself in my room after coming back, right? Master? Shokuha Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria finally understood why everyone was gathered in the hall. They also understood why Ikaros was staring at the entrance of the hall. It seems like the girls are all waiting for Wu Yen. Master. Astria looked at the entrance of the hallway and muttered. When will Master come out? Who knows? Who knows? Yukari looked like she didn't care, but upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a trace of anticipation in her gem-like eyes. But wait for him to come out. Maybe you won't be able to recognize him. Of course, she wasn't referring to Wu Yan's physical appearance. She was referring to the changes in his body. She didn't get to see how Wu Yan looked like after 2 years in the dungeon. She didn't know if Wu Yan successfully completed the Demigod Path quest, but she didn't see Wu Yan when she came back. She didn't want to see him. Yukari was confident. Wu Yan won't disappoint her. He wouldn't disappoint all of his summoned characters and everyone in Fantasy Village. The girls seemed to understand what Yukari meant and they didn't say anything else. Instead, they started discussing their trip to the Empire. Yukari also told him about how the Beast King had broken out of the seal and how she had tampered with the false god power, causing the Beast King to suffer a great loss. Looks like we're back to square one. Shokuha Misaki sighed. Once the Beast King recovers, he will lead his demonic beast army to attack the capital of otherworldly demons like he did before. This time, the Beast King won't give us the chance to seal him again. Kodori held a lollipop in her hand. Her red eyes were filled with helplessness. Besides, we don't have any way to seal him. The 5 demigods of Silveria are exhausted and won't be able to recover in a short time. They won't be able to help at all. Should we ask for help from the 3 empires? Kurumi tilted her head. The Beast King will take care of us first before dealing with the 3 empires. Even if we don't count the Beast King, it won't be easy to deal with the entire demonic beast race. The group of girls did not treat the magical beasts as a threat when they went to the 3 great empires to provide reinforcements. Instead, they focused on dealing with the 3 fake Beast Kings leading the magical beast army. Aside from the 3 demonic Beast Kings, the demonic beast army that attacked the Ailu Empire, Baruba Empire, and Fea Empire suffered very few casualties. Now that the 3 false Beast Kings had been eliminated and the Beast King was freed, he would definitely gather the magical beasts scattered across the 3 empires while he calmed the raging power of the false gods within his body. Gathering the power of the entire magical beast race, he would attack the capital of Otherworlds. When that time comes, the capital of alternate generations would have to face an army that was several times stronger than the magical beast army that had attacked the 3 great empires alone and posed a major threat to each of them. Even though the girls were all at the 9th level, the number of 9th level demonic beasts in the demonic beast race is definitely greater than the capital of otherworldly demons. The number of demonic beasts in the demonic beast race is uncountable. They could easily drown the entire capital of otherworldly demons. It would be difficult to deal with the entire demonic beast race with just 20,000 Misaka sisters. Of course, if the demigod Yukari can deal with the low, mid, and high-level demonic beasts, then the demonic beast race can multiply by several times. The problem is, can Yukari deal with the normal demonic beasts? Maybe the Beast King will take down Yukari before that? If they want to win, they must ask for help from the 3 empires. The 3 empires that were saved by the girls won't refuse. They won't dare to refuse. After all, the 3 demonic beasts are still recovering in the capital of otherworldly demons. However, Yukari said so. The demonic beast race is nothing to be afraid of. Yukari glanced at the surprised girls, then pointed her fan at Shokuho Misaki. You're wrong about going back to square one. Don't forget. Ziyu Ran said after she smiled. Compared to last time, we have an extra trump card. A trump card that is countless times stronger than the Beast King. A trump card that is omnipotent. Hearing Yukari's words, the group of girls was stunned at first, then they smiled bitterly, feeling slightly dissatisfied. Their dissatisfaction was directed at themselves. There was no need to doubt the identity of the omnipotent trump card mentioned by Violet. Now, Violet's trust in this trump card was unprecedentedly high. The group of young ladies who had accompanied him for as long as Violet, and were even closer to each other than he was to Violet, began to lose confidence in him. Didn't this mean that they trusted that person less than Yukari? At the thought of this, the group of young ladies began to feel dissatisfied with themselves. Plans, strategies, coping skills, and everything that is derived from the word intelligence can produce unimaginable results when used. However, that is still the case of the weak defeating the strong. As if she didn't see the girl's silent expressions, Amethyst said slowly with a gentle voice. If we are the stronger side and the other side doesn't have the ability to use intelligence, why should we give up what is close at hand and seek what is far away? That one sentence once again showed the absolute trust in Violet's heart. Without a doubt, Yukari believed that this time, she would be the stronger side. That's right. Shokuo Misaki calmed herself down and smiled. I believe in him. The group of girls nodded heavily, including Ikaros and Origami. All of them said the same thing in unison. We believe in him too. Yukari smiled in satisfaction. Just as the girls collectively affirmed their trust in their hearts, a rather emotional and amused voice echoed in the Hall of the Heart of Generations. By the way, I'm a very emotional person. This is a reunion after so long, can you not make me feel like crying? When the voice entered the girls' ears, they froze. Their hearts skipped a beat, as if afraid that this was an illusion. They slowly turned around and looked at the entrance of the hall. In the next moment, what was imprinted in the eyes of the group of girls was the figure that occupied their entire hearts. It was as if he had settled down there forever, and they could no longer shake him off. Also, that familiar gentle smile that made people want to cry. Looking at that smile, the girls' hearts skipped a beat, as if they were melting. Little Yen. Master. Onyachan. Many of the girls threw themselves into that familiar warm embrace, causing the man who was hugging them to smile, a smile that was unusually gentle. Chapter 1984. Yukari couldn't help but smile when she saw Wu Yen hugging the girls. She silently used the system's perception to look at Wu Yen. She tried to obtain information about Wu Yen. However, in the next second, Z was stunned. He had already used the system's sensing ability, but the ability that he could use freely before and could use with a single thought did not respond to purple for a long time. It was as if it had disappeared. Yukari wasn't the only one who noticed this. The other girls who didn't throw themselves at Wu Yen also noticed this. They looked at each other in confusion. The girls hugging Wu Yen noticed something else. Astria looked at Wu Yen blankly. Your eyes. The group of girls subconsciously focused their attention on Wu Yan's eyes. Then they noticed something. Wu Yan's pupils regained their color. They regained their color. It wasn't the wine-red color of a true ancestor's bloodline. It wasn't the dazzling golden color of a true ancestor's bloodline. It was the original color of Wu Yan's pupils, black. Black hair and black eyes. This was before he exchanged for the bloodline. This was Wu Yan's original appearance when he was still a human. Of course, the system's perception ability wasn't the only thing that changed. Wu Yan's pupils regained their original color. The girls with sharp senses were surprised. Wu Yan gave off a different vibe. How should I put it? Take Chuju and Mikoto for example. These two girls were the first to fuse with Wu Yan's life force and become his summons. When they first met Wu Yan, they thought he was an ordinary person who was easy to get along with. After Wu Yan exchanged for the bloodline and became a true ancestor, he started to give off a strong and mysterious vibe. But now, that strong aura, that mysterious, and even that ordinary feeling was all gone. Right now, Wu Yan is giving off a weird vibe. And it was extremely strange. There wasn't any aura leaking from him and there was nothing special about him. However, There was a kind of charm that made people unable to move their eyes away from him. If there was a way to explain it, it would be that Wu Yan's presence became stronger. It wasn't just a little strong. With Wu Yan's current state, no matter how ordinary his appearance was, there was nothing special about him. No matter how mediocre he was, or if he was thrown into the crowd and had plastic surgery on his face, he would be the center of attention when he walked out of the crowd. Wasn't this feeling strange? Little Yen. Yukari's tone became hesitant. She couldn't express the thousands of emotions in her heart. It became a meaningless question. You succeeded in your breakthrough? Wu Yen took a deep look at Yukari, who was frowning, and then looked at the girls who were staring at him. He didn't say anything and only smiled, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Although it was only for a moment, the girls felt the weak aura released by Wu Yen. That trace of aura was extremely weak, to the point that it was weaker than a level 1 novice who had just started cultivating. But when they were locked onto by this weak aura, including Yukari, all the girls felt as if they had been thrown into the universe, facing the vast universe with a sense of wonder and powerlessness. What's going on? The group of girls were all at a loss for what to do with each other's feelings. Yukari was the only one who looked at Wu Yen with a smile on her face. After a long time, she asked, "I almost couldn't recognize you." "Is that so?" Wu Yen shrugged. He was as carefree as ever. "But I'm still me." "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Yukari's face, but the words she spoke were overbearing. "Do you think you haven't changed at all?" "Of course not." Wu Yen scratched his cheeks, his starry eyes had a hint of a smile. "I just changed back. Changed back, changed back?" Yukari murmured. With her extraordinary intelligence, she seemed to have guessed something, and her expression turned serious. "Is it related to the disappearance of the system?" "The system disappeared?" The group of girls cried out in alarm. "Didn't you say that no matter how magical the system is, it's still a tool, an item? Since it's a tool, an item, it will be controlled by its master sooner or later." Wu Yen looked at Yukari with a faint smile. "How can you say that he's disappeared?" I see. Yukari's expression changed imperceptibly, but it turned into a relieved smile. "What are you all talking about?" Mikoto couldn't hold it in any longer. She stepped forward and yelled, "Don't say anything I don't understand." Yeah. Chuju was also dissatisfied. "Explain, what's the meaning of the system's disappearance?" "We really can't sense the system anymore." Shoko Misaki frowned and looked at Wu Yen. "Did the system really disappear?" "Didn't I tell you there's no such thing?" Wu Yen pointed at his chest with a grin when he saw the confused and dissatisfied looks on the girls' faces. "Isn't the system right here?" Hearing this, the group of girls became even more confused. "You mean?" Kotori said with uncertainty. "You became the system?" "You only got half right." Wu Yen laughed and stopped teasing the girls. His lips slowly curled into a grin. "To be more precise, the system has completely fused with me." "Fused with you?" The group of girls looked at each other in dismay. The system was originally in Wu Yan's body. It's connected to his soul, right? Does Wu Yen mean that the system didn't fuse with him before, that it still exists? "It's what I said, don't overthink it." Wu Yen patted the heads of the 4 girls beside him. He walked out of the girls' encirclement and sat down on the sofa. The girls didn't know what happened to Wu Yen, but even if the system disappeared, they can still feel that their life forms fused with Wu Yen are still the same as before. In other words, even if the system disappeared, the girls are still Wu Yan's summons. Knowing this, the girls relaxed and gathered around Wu Yen, who was sitting on the sofa, treating him as their backbone. The other girls were puzzled by the strange conversation between Wu Yen and Yukari, the system, and Wu Yan's transformation. Only Ikaros didn't say anything. Just like before, she stuck close to Wu Yen and obediently served him a cup of tea. Red tea. Wu Yen turned around and looked at Ikaros' indigo eyes that wouldn't move away from him as long as he was there. Looking at the strong emotions of attachment, love, and even infatuation in her eyes, he felt warmth in his heart. He reached out and stroked Ikaros' silky hair. "Did you miss me?" Ikaros blushed slightly. This is an expression that only appears in front of Wu Yen, but she nodded her head heavily. The attachment, love, and infatuation in her eyes grew stronger. She believed that no man would be able to speak harshly to an angelic girl who was looking at them with such a gaze, including Wu Yen. Thus, Wu Yen condensed all his emotions into a single sentence. "I missed you too." Wu Yen looked at the group of girls around him and said in a nostalgic tone, "I missed you guys a lot." That one sentence completely melted the hearts of the group of girls, and also caused a trace of bitterness to appear in their hearts. The girls didn't know how Wu Yen spent the past 2 years in the dungeon world. But when it comes to missing him, even if the ratio of time is incomparable, the amount of time they missed him is definitely not less than Wu Yan's. At this moment, this group of people who are destined to accompany each other for the rest of their lives are much closer to each other. Chapter 1985. The next morning. Today, the capital of a different era in a corner of the giant beast's forest did not conceal its presence as it usually did. Instead, it removed all barriers and defensive measures, brazenly exposing itself under the sun and presented itself before everyone's eyes. At this moment, a total of 20,000 Misaka sisters equipped with circuit suits and CR units lined up neatly in front of the fortress-like sturdy walls on both sides of the gate of the capital of alternate generations. Like soldiers, their postures did not change at all. They were rather neat. In front of the Misaka sisters, a line of girls stood in front of them. Under Yukari's lead, they slowly walked forward and raised their heads to look at the sky. There were at least 100 large airships slowly flying towards them. At a closer look, these airships were mainly divided into 3 groups. There was a distance in between each group. At the front of each group was a golden airship that was twice the size of the other airships. Including the golden airship, the decks of all the airships were filled with people. Looking at the scale, each airship carried at least 10,000 people. With over 100 airships added together, there were at least 1 million people. Moreover, it could be seen from the aura that was faintly fluctuating from these 1 million people. These people were at least Tier 5 powerhouses. A legion of at least Tier 5 powerhouses. If this group of people were to charge into the Spalier world, it was believed that it would not be a problem for them to sweep through the entire Spalier world. Of course, there was no need for them to do so, because these airships were divided into 3 groups. They were the airships of the 3 empires that controlled the entire Spalier world. Those 3 airships were more than twice the size of the other airships and were entirely golden in color. They were the airships exclusively used by the royal family. Looking at the airships of the 3 empires slowly flying over, Yukari all landed in the behemoth forest. All of them landed in the giant beast forest. Yukari led a group of girls and many of the Misaka sisters to wait quietly. She did not say anything. Not long after, a large group of people walked in the direction of the capital of a different era with orderly footsteps. He was exposed to the sight of all the girls. This large group of people was also divided into 3 groups, with some distance between them. On the left were the Ailu royal family, the Lori family, the Saito family, and the Ladine family. They were led by Carter, Sylph, Lei Wang, Bu, and Yak. In the middle were the Baruba Empire's royal family, the Mama family, the Vance family, and the Mani family. They were all part of the Baruba Empire's group. Leading them were Gida, Jaffer, Kaluan, Will, and Jebi. On the right was the Fia Empire's royal family, the Wine family, the Sen family, and the Remy family. They belonged to the Fia Empire. Leading them was Weya, Kaya, and 3 other old men. At this moment, the royal families of the 3 empires that controlled the entire Spalier world, as well as the 3 great families under them, were all in the same state. The 12 top powers of the continent had all gathered in the capital of alternate generations. When the 12 top powers of the Spalier world arrived in front of the capital of alternate generations, other than the leaders of the 3 empires, everyone else stopped. Everyone else stopped in their tracks. Under the lead of Kite, Gida, and Wuxia, the rest of them came before Violet, took off their crowns and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lady Violet." The three great emperors bowed to a young girl in the prime of her youth. This scene fell into the eyes of those who knew the identity of the young girl in the prime of her youth. But it was only natural. It was all because of this young girl in the prime of her youth. He was one of the demigods who stood at the pinnacle of Silveria. In the Spalier world, the strong ruled supreme. As long as one possessed absolute power, they would be above the royal family and the empires. Didn't the Ailu, Baruba, and Fia empires' guardian deities not show up no matter what happened? They only showed up when the royal family's foundation was in danger of being destroyed to protect the royal family's foundation. Other times, no matter how fierce the war was, they didn't even show up when the demigod beast king was born. Didn't you see that when the three great empires were facing the threat of the magical beast army's invasion and facing the threat of extinction, the three great emperors all discovered that the guardian god wasn't in the palace at this critical moment, yet they couldn't bear any resentment towards the guardian god? This was the might of the demigods who stood at the peak of the Spalier world. They were existences that were above the royal family and the empires. Therefore, not to mention bowing to Z, even if the three emperors all knelt down and kowtowed to Z, the surrounding experts who were dispatched by the three empires wouldn't reveal any strange expressions. Violet looked at Carter, Gida, and Wuxia, as well as Sylph, Jaffer, Kaya, and the rest of the 9 great families who bowed to her. Her expression was still calm as she spoke casually. "Thank you for your hard work to come to the capital of alternate generations. On behalf of the master of the capital of alternate generations, I welcome all of you." Hearing these words, the eyes and expressions of the crowd, who were originally calm, changed. "Welcome us on behalf of the master of the capital of alternate generations?" In other words, one of the demigods who stood at the peak of the Spalier world wasn't the master of the capital of alternate generations? At the thought of this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts were filled with shock. Could it be that there was someone who was even more powerful than a demigod in the capital of alternate generations? Even Carter, Gida, Wuxia, and the other leaders who already knew who the owner of the otherworldly capital was couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. They probably didn't want to believe that this demigod powerhouse before them would serve someone else as his master. Of course, everything seemed normal on the surface. "Thank you for coming out personally, Lady Violet." Carter's expression turned serious. "The guardian deity personally contacted us yesterday and asked us to bring most of our experts to the capital of alternate generations. Since it's an order from the guardian deity, we naturally have to obey. I've also heard from the guardian deity that the capital of alternate generations has helped the guardian deity a lot. The Baruba Empire owes the guardian deity a debt of gratitude." Gida nodded heavily. "If there's anything you need, Lady Violet, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's within our capabilities, Gida and the Baruba Empire will definitely not decline. Please lead the way, Lady Violet." Wuxia bowed respectfully again. "The guardian deity said that we'll know the purpose of our visit once we meet the master of the capital of alternate generations." Violet nodded indifferently and glanced at everyone around her. "The upper echelons of the 3 empires and the 9 great clans will follow me. The rest of you stay here." With the demigod's command and the 3 emperors' words as a foundation, how could the experts from the 3 empires and the 9 great clans dare to disobey? At that moment, everyone's expression brightened as they responded loudly. Violet turned around and exchanged glances with the group of girls. After seeing them nod, she extended her hand that was holding a paper fan and pointed forward. At once, a gigantic gap filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared in front of the gate of the capital of a foreign era under everyone's gaze, appearing in this space. "Follow me." Violet walked forward without turning her head. Her gentle voice turned into a breeze and drifted to the surroundings. "My lord has been waiting for you for a long time." Led by Kite, Gida, and Wei, the faces of the upper echelons of the royal families of the 3 empires and the 9 great clans froze. Under the lead of Purple and the group of girls, they walked into the huge gap that stood in front of them like a door. In the next moment, apart from Violet and the group of girls, the group of about 100 people walked into the gap and disappeared from this space. When the upper echelons of the 3 empires and the 9 great clans gradually regained their vision from the pitch-black darkness, they discovered that they had arrived at a rather vast open space. There was a platform in front of the open space, and right in front of the platform stood a magnificent tree that emitted a soft green light. On the platform, in front of the tree, several figures stood there and entered everyone's sight. Chapter 1986. After leading the Spalier World executives to the front of the platform, Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls left the executives behind and walked to the left and right sides of the platform. Over there, the Thunder King, Dar, and Feifei were excited to discover that Lulu was there as well. She greeted the 3 of them discreetly, but it was as if she was attending a very formal banquet. She was a little restrained, and only when the group of young ladies stood with her did she settle down and put on a well-behaved appearance. Yukari also left the Spalier World executives behind and walked to the platform to meet with the figures standing on the platform. Who were the figures on the platform? Jarlin, Murth, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier World. However, seeing the 5 demigods standing at the peak of the Spalier World, the Spalier World executives who were supposed to be excited and respectfully saluting were all speechless. Many of them were even shocked. This was because Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods of the Spalier World were divided into 2 groups and stood in front of the sapling like the girls standing on the left and right sides of the platform. After Yukari met with the 5 demigods of the Spalier World, she also walked to one side. She stood together with Linya and Cynthia. Of course, this alone wasn't enough to shock the executives of the Spalier World. What really shocked the executives of the Spalier World was that in the middle of the 2 groups of demigods, there was a figure standing in front of the sapling with his back facing everyone present. Wasn't this enough to explain a phenomenon? This meant that the person standing in front of the guardian tree sapling and being protected by 6 demigods was the one with the highest status in this place. An existence that even demigod-level powerhouses would lower their heads and support? Is there such a thing in the Spalier World? The Spalier World executives were completely at a loss. As for those who recognized the identity of the figure, Kate, Gada, Weya, Jaffer, Kaya, Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi were all stunned. Even Sylph's cold and emotionless eyes couldn't help but tremble. Without giving the high-level officials of the Spalier World too much time to be at a loss and shock, the figure slowly turned around, exposing his full appearance in front of everyone. Black hair. Black pupil. Naturally, it was Wu Yan. Those present were not the upper echelons of the 12 top forces. They were existences who could truly speak for themselves in their respective forces. They were the next generation decision-makers of the 12 top forces who had studied in the Spalier World Academy. On top of that, he was the fiancé of Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire and the youngest Type 9 powerhouse in history. Who wouldn't recognize Wu Yan? Therefore, when they recognized that the person who was supported by all the demigods of the Spalier World and the person with the highest status here was Wu Yan, many of them cried out in surprise. In front of the Spalier World executives' expressions of disbelief, shock, and horror, Wu Yan smiled calmly as if he was hosting a banquet. Welcome everyone to the capital of a different era. The Spalier World executives reacted one after another. Doubts, shock, and confusion filled their hearts. The executives of the Spalier World wanted to say something, but they were intimidated by the demigods of the Spalier World. They stood on the platform obediently as if they couldn't make a decision. Since their status was lower than the demigods, they didn't dare to act rashly. But if they didn't ask, they wouldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Therefore, even the executives of the Spalier World, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but show a trace of bewilderment on their faces at this moment. Even the younger generation started to make noise. Seeing this, Garen, Linya, and Magnubi, who were the guardians of the three empires that dominated the entire Spalier world, frowned and snorted coldly. This shocked the younger generation and they all shut their mouths. The whole place suddenly became quiet. Only the executives of the Spalier world were left. Their expressions were very uncertain as they stared straight at Wu Yen, who was standing on the main seat, as if they wanted to see something. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yen had a faint smile on his face. After everyone quieted down, he looked at the demigods of the Spalier world. To be more precise, he looked at Garen, Linya, and Magnubi. The three guardian deities immediately understood. Jarlin was the first to step forward and say something that shocked everyone. From now on, the Ailu Empire will fully obey the orders of the ruler of the capital of Otherworldly, Sir Wu Yen. We will fight against the demonic beasts together. This one sentence sent the executives of the Ailu Empire's royal family, Lori family, Saito family, and Ladine family into a state of incomparable shock. At this time, Magnubi also stepped forward and announced, "From now on, the Baruba Empire will fully obey the orders of the ruler of the capital of Otherworldly, Sir Wu Yen. We will fight against the demonic beasts together." Lord Guardian God. The Baruba Empire's royal family, the Moma family, the Vance family, and the Mani family's upper echelons all looked at Magnubi in shock. For a moment, they were all speechless. However, Linya seemed to think that the shock wasn't enough. She also stepped forward and said something that stunned the rest of the Fea Empire's royal family, Wine family, Send family, and Remy family. From now on, the Fea Empire will fully obey the orders of the ruler of the capital of Otherworldly, Sir Wu Yen. We will fight against the demonic beasts together. Silence. A deathly silence. The executives of the Spalier world who stood in front of the platform could only stare at the three guardian gods, Linya and Magnubi, in shock. They couldn't believe their ears. It took a long time for them to recover from the shock. To the three empires, the guardian gods were the ones who could decide the direction of the empire. Their authority was even higher than the three emperors. Therefore, if the three guardian gods' words were true, it meant that from now on, the entire human race of the Spalier world, including the people of the 12 major factions, would follow the lead of the capital of Otherworldly. In other words, Wu Yen would become the leader of the entire world. He would lead the humans of the world to fight against the demonic beasts. No one was surprised by the fact that everyone in the world was gathered to fight against the magical beast clan, and no one would resist. After all, if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to fight against the entire magical beast clan. Since it was a war between humans and magical beasts, and the magical beast clan had already turned out in full force, the humans naturally had to unite to fight against them. However, why was the capital of a different era the primary target, and the orders of its master as the standard? Could it be that other than Lord Z, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world had to follow the lead of a young man who wasn't even in his 30s? The crowd didn't know about this, but those who didn't like Wu Yen to begin with couldn't accept this fact. Lord Guardian God. Bolu of the second family of the Ailu Empire, the Saito family, stood up first. His face was filled with shock and anger. If the lords want to choose a person who can lead the entire Spalier world to fight against the demonic beasts, then we have no objections. But no matter how you look at it, this person shouldn't be him. That's right. Yak also stepped forward. His face was filled with disbelief. Can he really lead us to victory against the demonic beasts? My lords, please allow me to doubt this. The third person to step forward was the young master of the Baruba Empire's Moma family, Isaac. He wanted to court Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami, Mijio, and Yoshino, but failed. Instead, he vomited blood and fainted. What right does he have to be the leader of the entire Spalier world? Isaac glared at Wu Yen, who was standing at the head of the platform. His face was filled with anger and jealousy. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Finally, the proclamations of the 3 guardian gods caused a huge commotion. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chapter 1987. Nowadays, if you were to go to any city in the Spalier world and ask a random person on the street who was the most talented person in the Spalier world, 100 out of 100 people would answer with 2 words. Wu Yan. Wu Yan was really famous. This wasn't to praise Wu Yan, it was the truth. Everyone in Silveria knew that the princess of the Ailu Empire, Sylph, was the most talented student in Silveria World Institute. She was even more talented than the princes of the other 2 empires. She was the strongest student in Silveria World Institute for a few years now. Everyone knew that she was the most talented person in Silveria. Even though the Spalier World Academy's ranking was disrupted by the sudden appearance of the girls, Sylph's reputation was still as high as ever. Now, the girl who was the most talented person in the new generation half a year ago had become someone else's fiancé. How could her fiancé not be famous? After the trip to the domain of gods and the news of Wu Yan becoming the youngest person in history to reach the 9th tier spread, the Spalier world's powerhouses were in an uproar for quite some time. It would be unreasonable if he wasn't famous. Because of this, Wu Yan became a legend in the hearts of the young powerhouses. Many people looked up to him with admiration and jealousy at the same time. Obviously, Boru, Yak, Isaac, and many of the Spalier world's higher-ups were the latter. Now, the target of their jealousy was once again able to reach the heavens. He left them far behind and even became the leader of the Spalier world's demigod powerhouses. What would these narrow-minded people who had a grudge against Wu Yan do? It was impossible for them to watch the target of their jealousy ascend to the heavens. Moreover, the Spalier world's higher-ups who had no grudge against Wu Yan and weren't familiar with him were also doubtful of whether such a young person could lead humanity to victory after becoming the leader of the Spalier world. Therefore, the situation became chaotic. Boru, Yak, and Isaac represented the higher-ups who had a grudge against Wu Yan to some extent. They were narrow-minded. Those who didn't want to see Wu Yan climb to the top were openly opposing him. Gada, Weya, Jaffer, and Kaya represented the higher-ups who didn't have a grudge against Wu Yan but doubted Wu Yan's abilities. They frowned and whispered from time to time. They decided to watch from the sidelines. Kite, Sylph, Lei Wang, and Feifei represented the higher-ups. Those who were on good terms with Wu Yan were shocked by the declaration of the 3 guardian gods. However, they were also overjoyed that Wu Yan was regarded as their leader by the demigod powerhouses. They chose to stand firmly by Wu Yan's side. Thus, the higher-ups of the Spalier world, numbering around 100, caused a commotion. Some of them even started a war of words, causing the situation to become rather chaotic. Seeing the situation getting more and more chaotic, to the point where even the fluctuations of impetus and mana were starting to take effect, Wu Yan, Violet, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world, and the group of young ladies were unexpectedly calm. When it was about time for a big fight to break out, an extremely heavy aura gushed out from Violet and the 5 demigod powerhouses like a violent storm. Although the pressure coming from the group of demigod experts soared into the sky, everyone present still felt their bodies become heavier, and their legs almost turned to jelly. They couldn't help but be shocked, and only then did they remember that they almost fought in front of demigod experts, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. I am merely announcing this as the guardian of the Ailu Empire's royal family. Jarlin didn't even bother to explain himself. Instead, he replied coldly, "If anyone in the Ailu Empire thinks my decision is inappropriate, they are free to withdraw from this war." Withdraw? Everyone present was stunned. Withdraw? Is this a joke? This was a moment of life and death for the entire human race. In a battle against the magical beast clan, who didn't wish to have more people on their side. If the demigod powerhouses were forced to withdraw, the war would be lost and the humans of the Spalier world would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Even the demigod powerhouses would be cursed for eternity. How could the people present not suspect that Garen was joking? However, reality proved that Jarlin wasn't joking. In the name of the guardian god of the Boruba Empire's royal family, I hereby announce this to everyone. Magnubi declared. If anyone from the Baruba Empire is unwilling to support my decision, they are free to withdraw. I second the motion. Linya's soft but firm voice reached everyone's ears. In the name of the guardian god of the Fea Empire's royal family, my decision is unanimous with the other two guardians. The Spalier world's upper echelons finally calmed down after hearing Linya's words. The demigod powerhouses wouldn't joke about the Spalier world's future. If they weren't confident, they wouldn't have said something like withdrawing. So why would the demigod powerhouses make such a decision? It was simple. That was, even if all the forces that did not agree with the guardian god's decision were eliminated, the guardian gods still had a way to defeat the magical beast clan and obtain victory in this war between the races. And this method could very well be in the hands of the owner of the capital of alternate generations, Wu Yan. Otherwise, why would the demigod rank powerhouses respect a young man whose strength was far below theirs, who wasn't even 30 years old, as the leader of this battle? Thinking up to this point, everyone present looked at each other in dismay. Looking at the group of demigod powerhouses' calm and unperturbed expressions, almost everyone was certain of their own thoughts. Then, could they really withdraw? The answer was obviously no. If the demigod powerhouses really did have a way to defeat the magical beast clan, then the powerhouses who participated in this war that concerned the survival of mankind in the Spalier world and obtained victory would definitely leave their names in the annals of history and be worshipped by the future generations. And those who withdrew from this war, even if they wouldn't be despised, they wouldn't receive any benefits. Could this be tolerated? Of course not. Lord Guardian Deity. At that moment, Burrell could only grit his teeth and speak as if he was remonstrating. This matter concerns the safety of mankind. The Saito family will not allow the magical beast clan to invade our Spalier world. However, as the leader of mankind in the Spalier world, if he can't convince everyone, how can we fight this war? That's right. Yak quickly agreed. We are also worried that this leader is not up to the task of leading mankind in the Spalier world to victory against the magical beast clan. Please understand our concerns, my lords. No matter what, I can't think of a reason for him to be our leader. Isaac was even more direct. It could be said that he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He did not know what would happen if he angered a demigod powerhouse, so he directly mocked him. I think that all of you should carefully consider the issue of candidates. Kate, Sylph, Lei Wang, Fei Fei, and the others who were on Wu Yan's side were enraged. Even Garen, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods from the Spalier world had cold expressions. Just as they were about to say something, a voice echoed in their ears. Have you had enough? The group of demigods from the Spalier world all shut their mouths. Everyone present also looked at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of the guardian tree sapling. Not convinced? Lifting his foot, Wu Yan walked forward step by step under the bowing of the surrounding demigod powerhouses. He walked to the front of the shocked senior executives of the Spalier world and said condescendingly, I don't expect you to submit. Those who are willing to follow me can stay. Those who aren't can leave. I don't need trash who only know how to make a fuss. His words completely infuriated Bolu, Yak, Isaac, and some of the arrogant and haughty people. Chapter 1988. Don't get too cocky. Isaac, who was already hostile towards Wu Yan due to some inexplicable reasons, clenched his fists and shouted with a face full of anger. Do you think you're the master of the Spalier world? The master of the Spalier world? Wu Yan glanced at Isaac and he shifted his gaze away as if he lost interest in Isaac. I have no interest in becoming the master of the Spalier world. Even if I did, there's no place for you among the people who should oppose me. No place for me? Isaac was stunned. What do you mean by that? Do you want me to make myself clearer? Wu Yan suddenly smiled. There was no mockery or sarcasm in his smile. It was more like he was telling the truth. Then I'll make myself clearer. Do you think you have the right to voice your opinion? What? What did you say? The anger and jealousy in Isaac's heart exploded at the same time, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Who was Wu Yan? Even if he didn't become the master of the Spalier world, he's not the fiancé of Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire. He's still the master of the otherworldly capital. Not only does he have many Tier 8 Misaka sisters under his command, he also has a group of Tier 9 girls under his command. Such a faction. Not to mention the Moma family that Isaac belonged to, even the entire Baruba Empire might not be able to compare to the capital of a different generation. It was clear at a glance who was superior and who was inferior. Not to mention, Isaac is only the young family head of the Moma family. He may have the right to speak, but he can't represent the opinions of the entire family. He is the master of the capital of alternate generations. Presumably, the Moma family wouldn't choose to become enemies with Wu Yan over a young family head. In fact, Isaac was the only one who was against Wu Yan becoming the master of the Spalier world due to personal reasons. Both the patriarch of the Moma family, Koluan, and the current patriarch, Mans, chose to remain neutral. Seeing Isaac's resolute opposition, their faces were filled with dissatisfaction. They saw Isaac offending Wu Yan. His expression became even more unsightly. Isaac, Koluan spoke in a cold voice. Don't forget, the one standing in front of you is not the master of the Spalier world. He's also a Tier 9 powerhouse. This sentence was like a basin of cold water that was splashed on Isaac's heart. The Tier 9 powerhouse. Even the Moma family, which Isaac was so proud of, only had one super expert. Although he is the young patriarch of the Moma family, Isaac is only at the peak of the 7th step. Wu Yan can crush him to death in a matter of minutes. Even just one person is enough to make the entire Moma family fear him. Koluan was reminding Isaac not to get into trouble. Otherwise, if Wu Yan wants to take his life, no one can save him. However, Koluan, Isaac, and all the higher-ups of the Spalier world did not notice that when Koluan said that Wu Yan is a Tier 9 powerhouse, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world on the platform looked at each other. Strange and bitter smiles appeared in their eyes. A Tier 9 powerhouse? If that's the case, they wouldn't have chosen Wu Yan to be their leader. Looking at Isaac's ashen face and the fear in his eyes, Wu Yan couldn't be bothered to look at Isaac anymore. Instead, he looked at everyone present. You should all know that our real enemy is not the magical beast clan, but the Beast King. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Spalier world fell silent. Although the magical beast clan has a large number of people, and they have more demigods of each rank than humans, the magical beast clan has a fatal weakness. Their peak combat power is insufficient. The Spalier world has 5 demigods. Including Purple, that is a total of 6. And in the magical beast clan, other than the Beast King, there is not a single demigod. The only 3 newly trained demigod beast kings are still half-baked. They were killed by the group of girls with various tricks. They are not a threat at all. The only real threat to the Spalier world is the Beast King of the demigod realm. Regarding the existence of the Beast King and its promotion to the demigod realm, all the higher-ups of the Spalier world naturally know about it. Naturally, they also know that if the Beast King is not dealt with, then the Spalier world's disaster will really come. In other words, as long as the Beast King is dealt with, then everything will be fine. This is what Wu Yan wants to express, and what he wants to say is related to this. Can any of you deal with the Beast King? Wu Yan pursed his lips and looked at Isaac. You can deal with the Beast King? Isaac couldn't help but shrink his neck and take a step back in fear. Wu Yan looked at Yak. You can deal with the Beast King? Yak's face stiffened, he couldn't say a word. Then, Wu Yan looked at Bolu and smiled contemptuously. Or, can you deal with the Beast King? Burrell's face turned ugly. In other words, none of you can deal with the Beast King? Wu Yan retracted his smile and his gaze turned calm. Everyone could feel the pressure and heaviness coming from him. Since none of you can deal with the Beast King, then who gave you the confidence to stand up against me? Wu Yan's voice wasn't impassioned, it wasn't cold either. However, the higher-ups of Silveria felt their hearts skip a beat. They lowered their heads subconsciously, they didn't dare to meet Wu Yan's gaze. So, Sylph looked at Wu Yan with a pair of icy blue eyes. She looked at Wu Yan with a gentle gaze that no one else could see. She spoke in a clear and cold voice. "You're right. You have a way to deal with the Beast King?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Sylph's words. Be it the opposition, neutral, or supporters, their eyes lit up. "If you believe me." Wu Yan didn't explain further, he just smiled at Sylph. "That's why I stand by my words. Those who are willing to follow me can stay, those who aren't are free to leave. Those who are dissatisfied with me can also suggest a way to deal with the Beast King. As long as it works, I will respect him as the leader. However, if all you do is make a fuss, then I will give you a chance to be convinced." Wu Yan raised his hand and the girls lined up on both sides of the platform stepped forward. They stood in front of the platform and lined up in front of the higher-ups of Silveria. So many devastatingly beautiful, charming, adorable, and heroic young ladies lined up in front of him, causing many men to reveal infatuated or unnatural expressions. The women were also envious and jealous, and Isaac was almost drooling. However, in the next moment, the emotions in their hearts turned into shock. "If there's anyone who's not convinced, you can step forward now." Wu Yan's nonchalant voice entered everyone's ears. "As long as you can defeat any one of my companions, the position of leader will be yours." The entire place was deathly silent. If it was before the magical beast clan invaded the Spalier world and attacked the three empires, many people who were confident in their own strength would have stepped forward. Many of the older generation powerhouses who felt that they were being looked down upon would be furious. However, after the incident with the three fake beast kings, these people from the 12 top forces all knew that every single one of these charming girls was a powerhouse of the 9th level. Who would dare to say that they could defeat these girls? Not to mention the current patriarchs, higher-ups, and the younger generation powerhouses of the 12 top forces, even Carter, Gita, Wea, and the other powerhouses of the 9th level were uncertain. In the end, they had no choice but to admit that even if they went up personally, they were not certain of victory. Isaac's heart was filled with hatred, but he was dispirited when he realized that he did not have the right to speak. Status was secondary. In terms of basic strength, Isaac could not even compare to the girls by Wu Yan's side. What right did he have to stand out and oppose Wu Yan? "Since no one has stepped forward, I'll take it that you have nothing to say." Wu Yan's expression was still calm. He did not care about the reactions of the higher-ups of the Spalier world and turned around. "According to my calculations, the Beast King will need at least 3 days to calm the rioting pseudo-divine energy in his body. The Beast King broke free the day before yesterday. At this time tomorrow, the Beast King should lead the magical beast army to attack our capital of alternate generations." Everyone present shuddered. "Tomorrow?" Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. His dark eyes that were like stars shone with a cold light. "I will end all of this." Chapter 1989. After a day of chaos, the city of otherworldly demons was finally on the right track. Since the city of otherworldly demons was the Misaka sisters' territory, they were naturally tasked with guarding the city of otherworldly demons. Under the arrangement of Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and Kotori, the Misaka sisters went about their tasks in an orderly fashion. The elites from the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires were led by Carter, Gita, and Wea. Each of them was assigned to guard the city and joined in the preparations for tomorrow's big battle, which made the capital of Otherworld very lively. Of course, the excitement wasn't all good. When the rebellious people heard that the one leading the Spalier world against the beasts was the owner of the city of otherworldly demons, Wu Yan, who graduated from the Spalier World Academy a few months ago, a lot of trouble was stirred up. However, even Bolu and Yak, the two old patriarchs of the Saito and Ladine families, had run into a wall. What could these small fries do? On the same day, those who wanted to cause trouble were severely punished by the higher-ups of their respective factions. Those who wanted to cause trouble for the Misaka sisters had their arms and legs broken by the Misaka sisters and were thrown back to their respective factions' residences. Not only did they not cause any trouble, but they also brought a lot of trouble to themselves and their factions. After a whole day of fighting and messing around, not only did they not succeed in finding trouble, but they also brought quite a lot of trouble to their own forces. The upper echelons of the 12 top forces finally understood. They had always thought that the capital of alternate generations relied on them to fight against the Magical Beast clan. In fact, if not for the endless Magical Beast army, their existence would have been completely dispensable. But now, the ones in charge weren't the 3 empires. It wasn't the 9 great families, it was the city of otherworldly demons. Without the city of otherworldly demons, not to mention the demigod beasts, just the number of Class 9 demigod beasts far outnumbered the humans would be enough. If the demigod beasts of the Spalier world didn't make a move, then it would be enough to wipe out the entire Spalier world. Needless to say, the Class 8 demigod beasts of the beasts far outnumbered the Spalier world. Without the help of the 20,000 Class 8 Misaka sisters, the Spalier world wouldn't be able to deal with the beasts. So, the city of otherworldly demons was the trump card that the 12 factions of the Spalier world relied on to deal with the beasts. After understanding this point, many of the higher-ups settled down, and the number of troublemakers decreased significantly. This proved that those troublemakers had the guts to cause trouble under someone else's instructions. However, there were also some people who didn't like Wu Yan from the bottom of their hearts. But they were rendered speechless by Wu Yan's casual words in the morning. So they continued to cause trouble behind his back. In the end, these people were all dragged out by Chuju, Mikoto, and a group of girls before the sun went down. Their arms and legs were broken and thrown back in front of the residences of their respective factions. They lost all face. Among these people, there were the old patriarchs of the Saito family and the third family, Leaden family, Bolu and Yak. The young patriarch of the Baruba Empire's number 1 family, the Moma family, Isaac. When he was dragged out, he kept asking for justice. He made a ruckus and accused Wu Yan of abusing his power for personal revenge. He was thrown out of the city of otherworldly demons by the furious girls. He was also sent back to his family by the disappointed Kaluan and Mans. Come to think of it, when the war between the Spalier world and the beasts comes to an end, Mans would probably reconsider whether the position of the next patriarch of the Moma family should belong to Isaac. After all, Isaac wasn't Mans' only son. When night fell, the fortress-like sturdy walls of the capital of otherworldly generations were filled with patrols and sentries. On the streets of the capital of otherworldly generations, there were also powerhouses from the 12 top factions spontaneously forming groups, each of them preparing for battle. In the sky above the city of otherworldly demons, groups of Misaka sisters were moving back and forth with the help of thrusters. They formed a beautiful scenery in the sky that made the people of the 3 empires gasp in amazement. One must know that the most troublesome creatures of the beasts were the flying beasts. They had the advantage of flying and were extremely difficult to deal with. Now that there was an army of Misaka sisters that could fly freely in the sky, the beasts would no longer have the advantage of flying beasts. This war would be much easier than when the 3 empires faced the beasts' army. Just as the group of girls, Misaka sisters, and the powerhouses from the top 12 factions in the city of otherworldly demons were preparing for tomorrow's battle, Wu Yan, as the highest decision-maker, left the city of otherworldly demons and came to the behemoth forest. As if he was taking a stroll, Wu Yan slowly walked through the giant trees of the behemoth forest. As he strolled, he looked around. His expression was calm and nostalgic. When he came to an open space, the calmness in his expression was completely replaced by nostalgia. This open space was many times smaller than the open space where the city of otherworldly demons was located. It could barely fit a swimming pool. However, to Wu Yan, this was a very special place. This was because when he first came to the Spalier world, Wu Yan descended on this open space. If Wu Yan's fate was completely changed after he came to the Spalier world because of the existence of the system, Then this open space was the starting point for Wu Yan's fate to change. Here, Wu Yan welcomed the first step to changing his fate and received the system's response. After that, he used this open space as his base and trained in the behemoth forest for about a month to improve his strength. Recalling that it was only a little over a year ago, Wu Yan couldn't help but follow his not-so-vague memory. With this open space as the starting point, he walked around the behemoth forest, going through every place he went in that month. Finally, Wu Yan came to a lake. To Wu Yan's surprise, there was already another person at the lake. Lulu? Lulu, who was standing at the edge of the lake, got a fright when she saw Wu Yan. Her eyes lit up when she realized it was Wu Yan. She excitedly yelled at him. "What are you doing here?" Wu Yan hurriedly went up to her and he reproached her. "Although I don't know where the Beast King led the magical beasts to hide, the only place where they can hide is the behemoth forest. Aren't you afraid of encountering magical beasts?" "I'm not afraid." Lulu puffed out her chest and proudly waved a scroll. "This time, Grandpa gave me a self-defense tool. If I encounter a magical beast, I can tear it apart and obtain a shield that can last for half an hour. It's as strong as a 9th grade powerhouse's shield. Grandpa will notice it too, so nothing will happen. You're the one with the most twisted logic." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He stood beside Lulu and looked at the crystal-clear lake. He couldn't help but smile. "Then why did you come here in the middle of the night?" "I just wanted to take a look." Lulu stopped smiling and looked at the lake in a daze. She spoke with a face full of nostalgia. "That's where I met you, yes?" Wu Yan nodded, his voice softening. "Not only did I meet Lulu here, I also met my first friend in this world. At that time, you were still a very, very weak person. You couldn't even compare to my guards at the first or second stage." Lulu smiled happily at first, but then her face became gloomy. "But now, you're a powerful person that even the guardian deity is willing to follow. It feels like you're so far away from me." Hearing the loneliness in Lulu's voice, Wu Yan chuckled and reached out to hold Lulu's hand. "But why do I feel like Lulu is very close to me now?" Feeling the warmth from his hand, Lulu blushed, but she didn't break free. Instead, she gripped his hand tightly and her beautiful eyes were dazed. "Hey, Yan, I understand." Wu Yan interrupted Lulu's lovey-dovey words. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. "Because I feel the same way." Hearing this, Lulu smiled. Her smile was full of happiness. Under the moonlight, by the lake, a man and woman hugged each other for a long time. Chapter 1990. Today, even the heavens seem to be afraid of the upcoming war between the two races that would affect the entire Spalier world. Layers of dark clouds covered the entire sky, and not even half a ray of sunlight could penetrate the clouds and shine on the earth. Wu Yan's guess was correct. The population of the magical beast clan was vast. Even if the Beast King had temporarily brought the magical beast clan into hiding due to the rebellion of the pseudo-god power in his body, where could such a large population of magical beasts hide? There was nowhere to go except the behemoth forest. Moreover, it was the core area of the behemoth forest. Roar! Roar! In the core area of the behemoth forest, where the Beast King had just advanced to the demigod rank and transformed into a human, numerous magical beasts of at least the 9th grade were stationed there. They stared at the surroundings with their ferocious eyes, but at the same time, they were peeking at the center of the clearing from the corner of their eyes. One could faintly see traces of fear in their eyes. This was because a figure was sitting cross-legged at the center of this empty space. His body was surging with dense black mist that was rolling like a volcanic eruption, causing the center of this empty space to be even darker and stranger than the dark clouds in the sky. Of course, although it was strange, it wasn't enough to make the magical beasts of the 9th grade feel fear. The real reason why the magical beasts of the 9th grade didn't even dare to get close. It was because the black fog contained the current emotions in the heart of its owner, and it was completely exposed. Cold, ruthless, ferocious, furious, resentful. All kinds of extremely negative emotions mixed together with the false god's power, which was already extremely sinister to begin with, causing the false god's power to become extremely active. The black mist churned continuously, but it made the Class 9 magical beasts in the surroundings tremble with fear. Although their intelligence wasn't high, their instincts were outstanding. They knew that at this moment, if the owner of the incomparably excited black fog wanted to vent his negative emotions on anyone, they would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Therefore, for these magical beasts of the 9th grade, they had to stay close to protect the king of their race, but they also wanted to run far away because of fear. Under the contradiction between the two, every action was like walking on thin ice. He was extremely frightened. Fortunately, the master of the black fog didn't feel any negative emotions towards these powerhouses of the 9th step. It was someone else. At a certain moment, the rolling black fog suddenly paused and began to spiral. They shrunk back into their master's body, causing the strange and sinister atmosphere in the world to disappear without a trace. Instead, a wave of pressure appeared out of nowhere. The Beast King, who was sitting in the middle of the empty space, suddenly opened his eyes. Extremely dense black light flashed through his eyes, bringing with it a sinister aura that caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble slightly. 3 days. Raising his hand, the Beast King clenched his fist slightly. Feeling the pseudo-god's power that had returned to calmness in his body, the corner of the Beast King's mouth lifted into a cruel arc. I've already endured for 3 days. Yakumo. Fiercely clenching his fist, traces of black gas surged on it. The Beast King's eyes bloomed with unprecedented anger, coldness, and killing intent. You've ruined my plans time and time again, and you've schemed against me time and time again. This time, I'd like to see if you can still come up with a brilliant plan to make me suffer losses. After saying that, the Beast King stood up and looked at the magical beasts of the 9th grade who were roaring in low voices, lying on the ground like puppies, and worshipping him. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Then, he made a decision and waved his hand. A circle of pitch-black fluctuations reverberated. Ayo! Seeing the pitch-black ripples fly towards them, the Class 9 magical beasts thought that the Beast King was really going to vent his anger on them. They all growled and begged for mercy, but in the next second, they were still hit by the pitch-black ripples, which swept past the huge bodies of the magical beasts. However, the magical beasts of the 9th grade discovered that the pitch-black fluctuations did not cause any harm to them. Instead, it seemed like they were choosing something. Not long after, 7 of the magical beasts of the 9th grade involuntarily floated up, covered by the pitch-black fluctuations, and swept them in front of the Beast King. If one looked closely, they would discover that the 7 magical beasts of the 9th grade belonged to the highest level among the magical beasts of the 9th grade. Seeing that these were the most powerful beings in the magical beast clan, the beast monarch didn't give them a chance to speak. Streaks of strange black light suddenly rose from its body, wriggling a few times like insects before all of them surged down and drilled into the bodies of the 7 class magical beasts. Ayo! In the next moment, the 7 magical beasts of the 9th grade roared in extreme pain. With a rumble, their huge bodies heavily smashed into the ground. Their tough bodies began to undulate, struggle, and twist, as if something was violently attacking their bodies. After who knew how long, the auras of the 7 magical beasts of the 9th grade began to become strange and cold. Strands of black mist appeared on their bodies, and their bodies constantly twisted. In the end, they turned into identical monsters. This was the side effect of receiving the power of a false god. However, it didn't take long for the bodies of these monsters to suddenly explode. With a bang, they exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. A dense black gas surged out from the blood mist in the sky. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. When the black gas dissipated, 7 figures emerged from it and imprinted themselves into the Beast King's eyes. The 7 figures that appeared in the black mist all half knelt down and lowered their heads, bowing to the Beast King respectfully. Thank you for granting our wish, Beast God. You've helped us become Beast Kings. Give me everything you have, the Beast King said coldly. You only have one mission, and that's to lead us beasts and kill all humans. Hearing that, the eyes of the new pseudo-Beast Kings flickered with a bloody and cruel light. Yes. Not only was the Beast King not satisfied with the answer at all, but his eyes even vaguely flickered with displeasure. It couldn't be helped. Although the 7 pseudo-Beast Kings had also taken human form, they were much weaker than Huang Xiong, Xie Ming, and He Shu from before. Relying on the power of a false god to ascend was an undesirable shortcut. Huang Xiong, Xie Ming, and He Shu were still at the peak of Class 9 before they obtained the power of a false god. They only needed a strand of the power of a false god to ascend. Even if they weren't regular demigods, it wouldn't be difficult for them to keep a demigod busy for a while. However, because the 7 pseudo-Beast Kings weren't at the peak of Class 9, not only did they have to be promoted to the peak of Class 9 before they could ascend to the demigod rank, but it also consumed a lot of the power of a false god. Blindly pulling up seedlings to help them grow made them weaker than Huang Xiong, Xie Ming, and He Shu. However, the 7 of them had no choice but to be promoted. After all, despite his arrogance, the Beast King had already been scared by Violet's endless schemes. This time, the Beast King didn't want to fall for Violet's tricks again. Just in case, he had to promote a few powerful subordinates. If he fell for Violet's schemes again, there would be people who could help him. If possible, the Beast King hoped to use the power of a false god to create more pseudo-demigod Beast Kings. However, the power of a false god was also the source of his power. Using this much was already his limit. If he used any more, his power would begin to decline. The Beast King wasn't so generous as to sacrifice his power to help others. Raising his head and looking at the dark clouds in the sky, the Beast King's eyes shone with coldness. Yakumo Violet. I'm coming. Yakumo Violet. I'm coming. The voice that seemed to come from the sky and hell turned into an echo. It possessed a terrifying might that could make one's soul tremble. It shook the entire behemoth forest. Whoosh! In the capital of alternate generations, all the powerhouses from the top 12 forces of the Spalier world were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with fear. On the top floor of the heart of alternate generations, Violet smiled and turned to look at her backbone sitting on the sofa. Is this considered a provocation? Or is it just a spur of the moment stupidly notifying us in advance that we have to take precautions? Who knows? Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes and smiled. But I'm looking forward to seeing his expression when he sees me. Chapter 1991. Beast King. On the other side, Garen, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi led the higher-ups of the Spalier world to the voice that sounded like it came from the sky and hell. They ignored the 12 top forces in the capital of alternate generations who were in an uproar. Prepare for battle. While the Spalier world's powerhouses were appalled by the sudden voice, the 3 emperors, Kate, Geda, and Weya, let out a bellow that calmed the restless Spalier world's powerhouses. Charge! In an instant, a dense crowd of Spalier world's powerhouses swarmed out of the capital of alternate generations and formed a sea of people. Some of them leaped onto the city walls and prepared to defend the city, while the others rushed out of the capital of alternate generations and prepared to fight the magical beast army head-on. Swish! In the sky, the Misaka sisters turned into streams of light with the help of the thrusters and flew in all directions of the capital of alternate generations. They covered the entire sky above the capital of alternate generations and were ready to face the most troublesome flying magical beasts. How terrifying was the number of Misaka sisters and almost 70% of the Spalier world's powerhouses that were above the advanced stages. It was a pity that almost 70% of the powerhouses above the intermediate and advanced stages. No matter how many humans there were in the Spalier world, they were no match for the magical beasts that had strong reproductive abilities and a longer lifespan than ordinary humans. Roar! 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 Under the countless gazes of the people in the capital of alternate generations, a series of loud, chaotic roars sounded in the behemoth forest ahead. Shortly after, the dark clouds in the distance were gradually dispersed and the sound of breaking wind was heard continuously. Shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept out from above the clouds like a tide. Accompanied by loud roars, they came from all directions and surrounded the capital of otherworldly beings. In the interior of the behemoth forest, the giant trees seemed to have been trampled by something. One after another, they collapsed. As the familiar, annoying roars sounded and the ground shook repeatedly, the behemoth forest's army of magical beasts spread across the land. The densely packed magical beast army also charged over from all directions, advancing with all their might towards the capital of alternate generations. The magical beasts are finally here, gazing at the two camps that were divided into land and air. The magical beast army swarmed over from all directions like a swarm of locusts. Many people's faces turned pale. Although all the powerhouses had already expected this scene and guessed what kind of scene it would be and were mentally prepared, it was inevitable that they would be shaken when they saw the army that outnumbered them by many times. Of course, if the sight of the magical beasts charging toward them made the powerhouses of the Spalier world waver, in the next moment, when 7 figures that looked like black dots in the distant horizon led the flying magical beasts toward the capital of alternate generations from 7 different directions, the powerhouses of the Spalier world screamed in shock. That's a beast king. A demigod beast king. How is that possible? 7 beast kings. Let alone the powerhouses of the Spalier world, even the demigods and higher-ups of the Spalier world couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this scene. This is going to be troublesome, Jarlin said in a deep voice. I didn't expect the Beast King to create 7 demigod subordinates. I'm afraid the Beast King is afraid. Mura sneered. He's afraid that Miss Z will use some kind of trick to trick him again, so he created a group of pawns and let them charge forward first to test the waters. Miss Z is really amazing, Cynthia said with admiration. Not only is she powerful, but even the demigod Beast King is afraid of her. Compared to Miss Z, we are far inferior. What do you think? Do you want to go? Magnubi curled his claws slightly, lightning flashed faintly on his body, and his eyes were extremely cold. Thanks to Sir Wu Yan's help, we have all recovered to a state where we can fight. Although we can't fully recover our combat energy and mana in such a short time, it won't take us long to deal with these useless demigods. I think we shouldn't. Linya waved her hand and stopped him. Miss Yukari is a wise woman. She didn't show up even after seeing this situation. She must have predicted this situation and has other plans in mind. Let's follow Sir Wu Yan's instructions and cut the grass. By cutting the grass, she meant to torture the weak. It's undeniable that the Beast Clan's army is too big. Their numbers are an unavoidable problem. Even if the Misaka sisters and the powerhouses of the Spalier world could handle it, it's inevitable that there will be casualties. Setting aside the powerhouses of the Spalier world, Wu Yan couldn't just sit by and watch the Misaka sisters fall into danger. Therefore, he ordered the 5 demigods of the Spalier world who haven't fully recovered to deal with the weak. Come to think of it, with 5 demigod-level powerhouses attacking, the magical beast clan would be wiped out sooner or later no matter how many of them there were. That was why Linya said those words. The group of 5 demigods naturally had no objections. They looked at each other and flew out of the capital of a different era, charging towards the magical beast army. Seeing this, Carter, Gida, Wei, and the other higher-ups of the Spalier world were excited. They followed closely behind the 5 demigods and rushed out of the capital of alternate generations. At this moment, Wu Yan stood on the rooftop of the heart of alternate generations with a group of girls. Many of the girls gasped when they saw the 7 figures in the sky leading the flying beasts. You were right, Hinajiku said to Yukari, who was standing beside her with a sigh. The Beast King really did raise another group of demigod Beast Kings. He sent them to scout ahead. He's already lost twice. If the Beast King dares to challenge us again, he won't be underestimating us. He's just being stupid. Violet shook her head and smiled. Right now, he's only wary of me. He thinks that I'm the only one who can threaten him. He's ignoring everyone else, right? Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it too. Shokuha Misaki smiled beautifully. I'm looking forward to seeing the Beast King's expression when he finds out that we're not the only ones who can threaten him. Yen. Mikoto's bangs sparkled as she spoke excitedly. Do you need us to accept the challenge? You. Wu Yen, who is standing in the center of the group of girls, muttered to himself. Then he revealed an enigmatic smile. Judging from their auras, these pseudo-beast kings are weaker than the 3 pseudo-beast kings we encountered in the 3 empires. You girls don't have to go all out against one of them. Wu Yen glanced at the girls. Violet, you take on one of them. Karos and Astria can handle 1 demigod beast king. The elves will take on 1 demigod beast king. Chuju, Mikoto, Kitsuchan, and the girls from the Black Ops will take on 1 each. But Kotori frowned. She looked at the sky that was filled with flying demonic beasts. These flying demonic beasts are coming from all directions. The 7 demigod beast kings are leading 1 direction each. There's 1 direction that isn't led by a demigod beast king, but it has the most flying demonic beasts. If we take on 4 demigod beast kings, what about the remaining 3 and the one that isn't led by a demigod beast king? Don't worry. Wu Yen glanced at the flying demonic beasts coming from 8 different directions. His voice floated in the air as he spoke. It's time for you to meet our new companions. New companions? The group of girls was stunned. Only Zi's eyes lit up slightly. Wu Yen smiled without saying anything, and he pointed his finger forward. Bzz. A blinding light shone from the empty space in front of them. It's a light the girls are familiar with. Within the dazzling light, 1 figure after another began to appear. Chapter 1992. Charge. Roar. 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 Amidst the furious roars of the human powerhouses and the roars of the magical beasts, the Spalier world powerhouses on the ground, led by the higher-ups of the Spalier world, finally clashed with the magical beast army. Looking down from the sky, the clash between the powerhouses of the Spalier world and the magical beast clan looked like scattered ants rushing into a black tide. However, in terms of numbers, the magical beasts of the magical beast clan were at least thousands or even tens of thousands of times more powerful than the human powerhouses. However, the magical beast clan continued to fall to the side of the battle. The 5 demigod powerhouses, Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, directly found the level 9 magical beasts in the magical beast clan and waved their hands without hesitation. In less than a minute, each of them killed at least 2 or 3 level 9 magical beasts. On the other hand, Carter, Gada, Weya, and the rest of the level 9 human powerhouses followed the example of the 5 demigod powerhouses and bullied the weak. After charging into the magical beast army, they specifically targeted the level 8 magical beasts. Not long after, a large number of level 8 magical beasts fell. With the demigod powerhouses taking on the level 9 magical beasts and the level 9 powerhouses also choosing level 8 magical beasts to kill, the pressure on the Spalier world powerhouses was greatly reduced even though they were outnumbered by the magical beast clan. They roared and charged into the magical beast army and started a massacre. Thus, even though the size of the beast's army was thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of Silveria's powerhouses, the beasts were still able to maintain the balance of the war. It couldn't be said that things were going smoothly. While the Spalier world powerhouses charged into the magical beast army, Yukari led 5,000 Misaka sisters towards the magical beast army in the east. The Karos and Astria led 5,000 Misaka sisters towards the magical beast king in the west. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami, Mikoto, Yokoi, 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 Yukihiro, and the other elven girls headed towards the magical beast king in the north. Chuju, Mikoto, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku led the remaining 5,000 Misaka sisters towards the magical beast king in the south. Ikaros and Astria were able to enter Pandora mode and reach Pinnacle Tier 9. The magical beast king this time was a half-baked magical beast king. It was only slightly stronger than a normal peak tier 9. Ikaros and Astrea had the Uranus system and second evolution. There was no reason for them to lose. Kodori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami, Mikoto, Yoshino, Yakuya, Yuhen, and the other elven girls had the advantage in numbers, and with the sharpness and sturdiness of their angels and spiritual equipment, they might have a hard time dealing with the previous fake beast king, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the half-baked fake beast king. On the other hand, Chuju, Mikoto, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Rika might have a hard time dealing with the magical beast king. However, they were all espers. After receiving Takitsubo Riku's boost, they should be able to increase their power by a lot. Plus, Chuju had the fantasy killer with her. Under various circumstances, taking down a half-baked magical beast king shouldn't be a problem. As for Yukari, she should be the one with the least suspense. Not to mention her ability to manipulate her realm like a bug, just based on her level alone, Violet was far above her opponent. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that she could deal with that half-baked fake beast king with a flip of her hand, but it was definitely just a matter of a few minutes. While the group of girls led 20,000 Misaka sisters to face off against the magical beast kings from the east, south, west, and north, the magical beast king from the southeast was also leading a swarm of flying magical beasts. Its face was filled with blood and excitement as it flew towards the capital of otherworldly beings. Suddenly, its expression froze as its body came to a halt in midair. It wasn't just the leading beast king. Even the flying magical beasts behind it seemed to have come to a sudden stop. They quickly came to a halt, and all kinds of roars seemed to be stuck in their throats, unable to come out. What caused the magical beast king and the flying magical beast king to react this way was a figure floating in midair. It was just a figure. It was a figure that was much smaller than any of the flying magical beasts that were as dense as locusts. However, when the figure appeared out of thin air and blocked their way, none of the magical beasts, including the magical beast king, dared to move. They stared at the figure that seemed to be the most powerful being in the world, unable to make a sound for a long time. It was a young girl with slightly curly emerald hair and scarlet eyes. She wore a red and dark red checkered vest and a knee-length skirt of the same color. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt underneath the vest. Looking at the tall and slender young lady who seemed like she would be torn to shreds by his magical beast army with just a single charge, the fake beast king's heart rang with a wild alarm, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar. "Who are you?" The young girl widened her scarlet eyes and looked at the magical beast king as if she had just realized that she was blocking the way of a group of ferocious beasts. Then she smiled delightedly. A faint smile hung on her beautiful face. "Then Yonglin, shouldn't we make a move too?" "Since the princess said so." The young girl nodded casually, but her eyes began to shine with a cold light. "That's great. I haven't exercised my muscles and bones for a long time. Mount Pangai Bright Night. Yonglin 8 Wills. Descent. R 1152. Chapter 1993. While the 6 pseudo-beast kings in the east, south, west, north, southeast, and southwest all suffered devastating attacks, there were also several figures floating in the northeast where the last pseudo-beast king was located. The owners of these figures were also extremely beautiful young girls. There was a young girl who had beautiful silver shoulder-length hair, with small braids on both sides of her silver hair and a green ribbon tied at the end of the braids. She was wearing a blue and white maid outfit. There was a young girl with long, straight purple hair, tied into 2 bundles with ribbons in front of her. She wore a fluffy and comfortable outfit like pajamas, with purple and lavender vertical stripes on the inside. The outer layer was a lavender long coat with lotus leaves, and she wore a lavender beret with crescent-shaped ornaments on her head. There was a young girl with the same long, straight red hair, wearing a green cheongsam and a hat with a 5-pointed star on her head. She was dressed like a warrior. There was a young girl with wine-red pupils and shoulder-length bluish-purple hair. She wore a cherry-colored gothic lowly outfit that leaned toward white, and a beret flower hat on her head. She had black bat-like wings on her back. There was also a girl with a pale yellow ponytail on the left side of her head. She was wearing a red and white gothic lowly outfit, and she also had a beret on her head. On her back, there was a broken wing girl with crystal pendants hanging all over her body. The combination of these 5 young girls floated in the air as if they were a natural combination. Looking at the flying magical beast army and the leading beast king that was gradually charging over, each of them made a different reaction. Unknowingly, a few glittering silver throwing knives appeared in the hands of the elegant and heroic girl dressed as a maid. Her blue eyes suddenly turned red. The soft young girl dressed like pajamas flipped her hand and grabbed a magic book. The young girl dressed as a warrior waved her fist a few times, releasing an overwhelming aura. The petite young girl with bat-like wings raised one hand, spitting out a blood-red mist from her palm. As for the young girl with broken wings full of crystal pendants on her back, she slightly raised her head. A bloody light flashed in her cute scarlet eyes, as if she was ruthless. It was bloody. It was cruel. In the petite young girl's body, a bloody aura that was many times more dangerous than the other young girls swept over the world. Without a doubt, the bloody aura frightened even the magical beasts that gnawed on the bones. They were all under the lead of the Beast King. The charging momentum suddenly stopped. Looking at the petite girl blocking the road with a face full of horror, even the fake Beast King's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a dangerous aura from the little girl. Cold sweat immediately flowed down. Ugh. However, the young girl with broken wings full of crystal pendants on her back seemed to be in disbelief. She innocently opened her mouth and said the cruelest words in the world. "Why did you stop? This way they can't crush you into powder, right?" "Yes. You have to understand them, little sister." The beautiful young girl with long purple hair held the grimoire and said with a face full of wisdom, "Even the beasts that only know how to eat know to run when they encounter danger. They stopped and didn't directly run away. It's already very praiseworthy. If possible, I don't want to wantonly slaughter." The elegant and heroic maid held a throwing knife between her fingers, her red eyes full of indifference. "But since it's Lord Bai's order, there's no other way. China, if you slack off, you'll only have 2 meals left for 3 meals in the future." "What?" The young girl dressed in a cheongsam looked as if she saw the end of the world. Her eyes became unprecedentedly stern and serious. "I won't slack off. Also, Miss Xiao Yi, I'm not China, I'm Hong Meiling. Although I'm not happy that he asked us to deal with a group of beasts that only know how to eat, I'll reluctantly agree since he's my brother." The petite young girl with bat-like wings grinned, revealing a pair of small canine teeth as she giggled. "It's rare to have such an opportunity. Fran, I'll allow you to have fun today." "Ha!" The little girl with broken wings on her back that was covered with crystal pendants suddenly laughed. Her innocent and cute pretty face actually started to show traces of ferociousness as she laughed. Then, the next sentence of the petite young girl opened the beginning of this cruel and bloody massacre. "Hey, you guys, do you want to play with Fran?" Remilia, Fran, Patrice, Xiao Yi, Hong Meiling, the Red Devil's 5-member team descended together. At the same time, the army of flying beasts in the northwest direction that was not led by a pseudo-demigod beast king and was heading towards the capital of otherworldly beings in an extremely excited state did not encounter the same terrifying enemies as the other 7 directions, but they were stopped by a group of girls. It was a group of young girls that looked very strange just by looking at their formation. Moreover, these young girls seemed to be divided into 3 groups. First, the group on the left was a group of 3 children who looked like they were only 10 years old and 2 young girls who weren't even 20 years old. Among the 3 children, one of them was wearing a pink and white robe that resembled that of a magical girl. She held a magic wand in her hand and had long, snow-white hair that reached her waist. Another one had short, black hair that reached her shoulders. She was also wearing a blue robe that resembled that of a magical girl. The last one had dark skin and wore a tattered red night robe. She held a pair of black and white daggers in her hand. As for the two girls under the age of 20, one of them had black ponytails and was wearing a red top and black bottom woolen sweater and a pleated skirt. The other had wavy blonde hair and was wearing a blue dress with white edges. They were Ilya, Mio, Blackie, Rin Enbin, and Livia. In the middle was a group of young girls riding on dragons. Among them, the one riding a majestic red dragon was a young girl with bright red hair. The one riding a majestic white dragon was a young girl with blonde hair. The one riding a purple-skinned dragon was a petite young girl with short silver hair and sharp elf-like ears. The one riding a dragon with steel-like scales was a young girl as beautiful as a fairy. They were Rebecca, Sylvia, Luca, Charlotte, Guffrin, Lancelot, Gawain, and Sigmund. Occupying the corner on the right was a group of familiar young ladies. For example, the beautiful blonde girl who wore a blue sleeveless dress with a white coat draped over her shoulders like a shawl. She wore a red hairband with white frills on her head and held a grimoire tied with a red bow. Two palm-sized little people floated around her. For example, there was a petite girl who wore a small yellow blouse with a green collar with two white lines running through it. Her lower body was a skirt with two white lines running through it. She had light green short hair, and in front of her hung a tightly shut eye. For example, there was a petite girl with light purple hair. She wore a light blue blouse with many pleated circles, and a pink skirt that reached her knees, revealing only her calves. She wore a red hairband on her head, and there was also an eye hanging in front of her. However, it was open, and she had short light purple hair. Another example was the red and white witch costume and the black and white witch costume. One of them had a big red bow on her head, while the other had a wizard hat on her head. One of them had a lazy look on her face, while the other had an excited look on her face. Naturally, they were Alice, Gumming D. Ju, Gumming D. Love, Ling Meng, and Marissa. Looking at the fearless army of flying magical beasts charging towards them, and recalling the various introductions to this world and the current situation in their memories, other than Ling Meng and Gu Ming's love, the rest of the girls all showed different degrees of solemnity. Although it looks a little scary, Ilya clutched the ruby tightly. But since it's Brother Wu Yan's request, Ruby, we can't be merciful. Brother Wu Yan, may you also clutch the sapphire tightly with a determined expression in her eyes. Hee. Xiaohei giggled. However, the magical energy on his body was already rolling restlessly. Squeeze your magical energy until there's only a trace left before going back to Big Brother to replenish it. I don't have many gems left. Rin Enbin was going crazy. Damn it, I'll make him compensate me when we get back. Oh. Livia laughed sarcastically. I still have a lot left in my inventory, magical beasts? Leibecca smiled sweetly as she rode on Guffrin's back. As the master of the dragon race, I don't want to be defeated by a bunch of random beasts, Lancelot. Sylvia also stroked Lancelot's hair and said softly, let him see our growth, definitely. Luca's small face was filled with determination. We can't disappoint Lord Roland. I won't back down just like that. Charlotte gritted her teeth. Sigmund, don't be merciful. Alice and Gumming Diju remained silent. Their magical energy were already boiling. Ha! Gumming D. Love laughed happily. Diju won't lose either. Ling Meng. Marissa shouted excitedly. Let's go. Seriously? Ling Meng sighed and stood up. Why did something so troublesome happen? Chapter 1994. Above the dark clouds, the Beast King hovered in the air and looked down at the battlefield. His face gradually turned ugly. 10 minutes after the battle began, the first Beast King was annihilated by Yuka Fujimi's magic cannon. More than 100,000 flying demonic beasts also died by Yuka Fujimi's hands. 12 minutes after the start of the battle, the second Pseudo-Beast King was torn into pieces in Purple's dividing and combining realm. It became the second Pseudo-Beast King to fall. 13 minutes after the battle, the third Beast King was shot in the heart by Yonglin Fujimi. 15 minutes after the battle, the fourth Beast King was sliced in half by Astria, who entered Pandora mode. More than 300,000 flying demonic beasts were engulfed by Ikaros' permanent homing missile. They were buried together with the fourth Beast King. 18 minutes later, Hinajiku seized the opportunity to kill the fifth Beast King with her fantasy killer and followed in Blackbat's footsteps. Along with the pseudo-god's power, everything was erased by the fantasy killer. 20 minutes later, the sixth fake Beast King was also crushed into a bloody mist under Fran's power, dying without a complete corpse. 21 minutes after the battle, the last Beast King wasn't spared either. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami, Mikoto, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yuki Sien surrounded it. He was killed by Kotori's camel, Megiddo, Toka's Halvan Helif, Origami's annihilating angel, Ardalif, and Yakuya and Shimizu's Raphael, Elkanaf. In less than 30 minutes, the 7 fake Beast Kings that the Beast King had created were all killed. This caused the Beast King's expression to become more and more unsightly. When the last Beast King died, his expression became so gloomy that it almost dripped water. A bunch of trash. The Beast King didn't care about the Beast Kings that were killed. As long as he has enough false god power, it won't affect his strength. He could create as many fake Beast Kings as he wanted. That was the purpose of creating them. He wanted to use them as cannon fodder to lure out Yakumo Yuka's trump card. Who would have thought the Beast King wouldn't be lured out by Yakumo Yuka's trump card? Instead, it attracted a group of girls with extremely high power that he had never seen before. The Beast King reached out his hand, and the pseudo-god's power that was erased by Hinajiku's fantasy killer flew back to his hand. A strange black light illuminated the Beast King's cruel eyes. If these are your trump cards, Yakumo Yuka, you're underestimating me. Saying this, the Beast King clenched his fist, and the distorted power of the false god in his hand immediately went back into his body. I'll show you. No matter how many helpers you find in front of me, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. The moment his voice fell, in the sky, clusters of black fog were suddenly born from the black cloud layer. The originally black cloud layer was dyed pitch black like ink, causing the world to turn into a dense darkness. Not good. Almost as soon as the dark clouds in the sky began to give birth to clusters of black fog, the expressions of Zi, Yuxiang, and Yonglin, who were the strongest, changed without hesitation. The 3 girls in 3 different directions soared into the sky at the same time, a violent turbulence swirling around their bodies. Buzz. Following the 3 girls' unique powers, they rose into the sky. The 3 extremely vast forces twisted together, turning into a shield that emitted a bright light. It seemed as if it wanted to break through the sky and expand upwards. TSK. At the same time, in the sky, the ink-black clouds suddenly spun into a vortex. In the center of the vortex, a pitch-black light beam burst out, streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning and descending straight to the ground. Wherever the pitch-black light beam passed, all the space seemed to be sliced apart. Along with the pitch-black light beam descending, in cracking noises, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Shortly after, it landed on the shield that soared into the sky. Boom! The defensive barrier created by the combined efforts of 3 demigod-level super experts who were close to the peak of the demigod level didn't even ripple. With a crisp sound, it exploded under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone below. In just one move, the shield constructed by the monster sage Yakumo Yuka, the flower lord of the 4 seasons, Yuxiang, and the brain of the moon, Yonglin, collapsed just like that. Gazing at the shattered shield, Zi, Yuxiang, and Yonglin couldn't help but sulk. However, the terrifying pressure from the sky didn't give them much time to feel defeated. Be it Zi or Yonglin, their intelligence was enough to be called monstrous. Even though Yuxiang wasn't as smart as Zi and Yonglin, she had lived for more than 1,000 years, so she couldn't possibly be a fool. Therefore, when they realized that defense alone couldn't match the other party, the 3 of them made a prompt decision. Attack if you can't defend. Zi, who soared into the sky, came to a halt abruptly. Monstrous demonic powers that were enough to crush a ninth-stage powerhouse erupted from her tall, slender body. The momentum even rippled the ink-black clouds that enshrouded the sky. Realm of heaven and earth. Amidst her delicate roar, the sky beneath the dark clouds suddenly shattered. An extremely terrifying ripple mixed with the fragments of the sky turned into a circle of pitch-black fluctuations that swept violently above the clouds like a tornado. Delicate fragrance directly turned her body, and her figure suddenly became blurred. In the end, she split into two identical delicate fragrances. She raised the parasol in her hand, and a torrent of demon power rolled around her body and poured into the two delicate fragrances. The demon power of the delicate fragrance expanded to several times more terrifying than purple. Double spark. Suspended in the terrifying torrent of demonic powers, the two Xianxias raised the parasols in their hands at the same time. The vitality from nature all turned into the purest demonic powers, desperately flowing into the parasols in the hands of the two Xianxias, condensing into a mass of demonic powers at the tip of the parasols. Suddenly, it exploded and turned into a huge beam of light with a diameter of 20 meters. It soared into the sky and swept towards the center of the cloud vortex. Yonglin raised the bow in her hand. An extremely mysterious and frightening power rippled from the bow that seemed like it would break with a snap, causing the bow to explode with dense black light and turn into an arrow. Moon Prayer Arrow. When the slender hand loosened the bowstring of the wooden bow, the arrow carrying the moonlight bloomed in the sky. Like a ray of light landing on the moon, it shot straight towards the center of the vortex-like clouds. Under the expectant gaze of countless Spalier World's powerhouses on the ground, three terrifying attacks that were enough to destroy heaven and earth, carrying a power that made one's heart tremble, directly broke through the clouds, scraped the airflow, cut through the space, and shot towards the looming figure at the top of the clouds. However, such three terrifying attacks only attracted a cold voice. Overconfident. After these simple words were spoken, a cluster of pitch-black fog surged from the figure above the clouds. Like a tarsal bone, it swept up the pitch-black ripples that were mixed with the fragments of the sky, the enormous resplendent pillar of light, and the arrow that seemed to carry the moonlight, causing them to abruptly stop. Then, they swelled up together with the black fog that swirled around the figure. Bang! There wasn't the slightest strange phenomenon, nor was there the slightest strange sound. It was just the sound of glass shattering. Then, under the astonished gazes of the people on the ground, the seemingly incomparably terrifying three attacks shattered inch by inch. With a bang, they turned into light spots and dissipated. Chapter 1995. Gazing at the faintly discernible godlike silhouette floating in the center of the dark vortex, all the demonic beasts that were looking up at the silhouette prostrated themselves on the ground and lowered their prideful heads in worship. Silveria's powerhouses were also looking up at the silhouette in silence. For a moment, they actually forgot to fight and kill. Is this the so-called power of a pseudo-god stage powerhouse? Seeing his all-out attack being easily disintegrated by the Beast King, even though Purple had already seen some of the Beast King's power, he couldn't help but feel solemn. Yonglin also had a solemn expression. Only Yu Xiang didn't feel the slightest bit dispirited. Instead, her scarlet eyes fluctuated with an indescribable fighting spirit. What's wrong? The Beast King hovering in the center of the dark cloud vortex looked down at Purple with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The surrounding clouds became increasingly oppressive and continued to be dyed darker by the rolling black mist on his body. Aren't you very good at scheming? Show me your endless schemes again. As soon as his voice fell, the Beast King stretched out his hand. Instantly, around the dark cloud vortex, a black gas suddenly seeped out and gathered on the Beast King's slowly extended hand. It turned into a streak of black light and swept directly toward Purple. Obviously, he was saying extremely arrogant and provocative words. However, the Beast King really saw Z as a threat and decided to get rid of him first. This made Z slightly surprised. The demonic chi in his body flowed out at an extremely fast speed, surging to the extreme. Chi! Shortly after, a pitch-black crack filled with sinister eyeballs suddenly tore open the space in front of Purple like a shield. It stood in front of Purple. Boom! However, just as the black light was about to be swallowed by the crack, it suddenly exploded. It exploded, and with a loud bang, it turned into a circle of impact that hit Z's body at lightning speed. Boom! Purple let out a muffled groan. Her pretty face turned pale, and her figure staggered backward, almost flying out. Swish! Just as the Beast King raised his palm, intending to take advantage of his victory and kill the only threat in his heart, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly reverberated, causing the Beast King to frown. He raised his palm and turned it slightly, pointing it in another direction. He clenched his fist. Buzz! Almost at the same second, an arrow carrying moonlight and emanating a mysterious aura flashed out of that space all of a sudden. It shot straight towards the Beast King, and met the Beast King's palm, which was grasping it tightly in his hand. Boom! Immediately afterward, the Beast King directly crushed the mysterious moonlight arrow in his hand. His hand, which was covered in black mist, slapped forward, and slapped the space where the arrow had flashed from. Crack! Along with the sound of a crack, that space was shattered into pieces by the Beast King's palm, and a tall, slender figure was sent flying out of the shattered space. She let out a muffled groan and was apparently shaken by the impact. It was the 8-Will Yonglin. Hindrance! A cold glint flashed in the Beast King's eyes. He stretched out his other hand and curled it into a claw shape, breaking through the surrounding airwaves and grabbing for Yonglin's head like a black shadow. If this claw hit, even the 8-Will Yonglin's fragile head would definitely be crushed. Yonglin! Below, Hui Ye's face paled as she cried out in alarm. Just as she was about to recklessly charge into the sky, she discovered that another tall and slender figure had suddenly appeared on the other side of the Beast King. Raising a parasol, a violent wave of demonic energy swept up, fiercely stabbing towards the Beast King's back. The Beast King's expression froze. He decisively abandoned his pursuit of Yonglin and turned around. His shadowy claws collided with the tip of the parasol. Clang! The seemingly fragile parasol collided with the claws, and a crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the sky, stirring up countless sparks. However, under the shadow of the parasol that collided with the hand claw, another parasol that looked exactly the same shot out from the shadow of the parasol that collided with the hand claw. In a flash, it pierced towards the heart of the Beast King with a sonic boom. Boom! To everyone's surprise, the Beast King who was hit in the heart by the parasol didn't even tremble. Instead, the owners of the parasols seemed to have been hit by something and their bodies flew back. They didn't stabilize until they were some distance away. It wasn't until he saw the full appearance of the owner of the two parasols that the Beast King understood what had just happened. Floating in front of the Beast King were two identical young ladies. Not only were they identical in appearance and figure, but their demonic power and aura were also exactly the same. Of course, it was Delicate Fragrance. Doppelganger? And it's a doppelganger with the same strength? The Beast King looked at the two women floating in front of him. Their eyes were filled with battle intent, and a look of interest appeared in his eyes. Pretty good ability and strength. Most importantly, you're not a human either. What's your name? Delicate Fragrance. The two delicate fragrances turned at the same time and merged into one. An even more majestic demonic power surged from her body. She raised the parasol and said with a joyful expression, "You're strong, very strong, but I will defeat you." After that, without giving the Beast King a chance to reply, the tip of the parasol in Yu Xiang's hand immediately fluctuated with a familiar bright light. It turned into a bright beam of light, carrying an extremely violent force as it shot straight at the Beast King. "In your dreams!" Seeing this, the Beast King's eyes turned cold. The claw that had just collided with the tip of the Delicate Fragrance umbrella swung out again. Like a sharp blade, it cut through the air in front of it and directly grabbed the terrifying beam of light and pinched it down. Boom! The powerful magic cannon was instantly crushed in the Beast King's hand. The Beast King also disappeared, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Delicate Fragrance. Delicate Fragrance felt her vision blur and the Beast King had disappeared. When she sensed a strange aura from the space beside her, it was already too late. At the next moment, a claw mixed with rolling black mist landed heavily on Delicate Fragrance's back. Boom! Severe pain spread from her back, causing Delicate Fragrance's mind to become blank. Her figure also flew out, drawing a perfect parabola in the air, and fell to the ground. Delicate Fragrance! Seeing that the strongest of the three, Feng Jian Yuxiang, was defeated in an instant, Purple and Yonglin's faces couldn't help but change. Is this the end? The Beast King didn't even look at Delicate Fragrance, who fell to the ground. Instead, he glanced at the lineup of the Spalier world's powerhouses below with a face full of horror. As though he was sick of it, he turned to the direction of the capital of different generations. Although we, the beast race, have decided to take root on the continent of the Spalier world, the behemoth forest is still our territory. Humans can't occupy a single inch of it. Let me make that eyesore of a city become history. The Beast King raised his palm and black mist surged like flames. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. As the crowd below shrunk their pupils, he mercilessly swung his palm downward. Buzz! As the Beast King waved his hand, the dark clouds in the sky began to spin crazily. Waves of black fog that made one's scalp numb quickly condensed, causing the clouds to begin to tremble. Buzz, 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 buzz. In the next instant, huge pitch-black bone spears as large as skyscrapers slowly poked their heads out of the clouds. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone below, they descended from the sky towards the capital of a foreign era amidst the wails of the world. Chuju, Mikoto, Shoko Misaki, Kodori, Ikaros, Astria, and the other young ladies flew toward the capital of different generations from all directions. However, at this moment, a slow and indifferent voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Halt! Chapter 1996. Freeze. When this voice echoed in the sky above the behemoth forest and entered everyone's ears, everything in this world came to a standstill. Sound gales, dark clouds, air, and the pitch-black bone spears that descended from the sky toward the capital of a different era came to a standstill as though they were frozen in space. The Beast King's pupils shrunk at this sight. Shortly after, he realized that the space around him had as though solidified, restricting his movements. Immediately, the black chi on the Beast King's body boiled and rushed into the surrounding space, causing the space around him to emit a bang sound as if something had shattered. Only then did the Beast King feel that he had regained his freedom. Who's there? Almost instinctively, the Beast King bellowed at the sky and earth below. Show yourself. His cold shout turned into an echo that slowly spread out in all directions. All the sounds in the world were drowned out. Buzz. At the next second, in the sky above the capital of a different era, a corner of space rippled abruptly. It attracted everyone's attention. Amidst the ripples, a figure carrying an emerald-green, short-haired young lady stepped out of the ripples and appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the person who slowly walked out of the space, the Beast King was startled and asked in surprise, "It's you?" Around him, Chuju, Mikoto, and the rest of the young ladies revealed joyful expressions. The newcomer, of course. It's Wu Yan. And the one being carried in Wu Yan's arms was Yu Xiang, who was struck down by the Beast King just now. Under the sudden silence of the crowd, Yi Zichen was stunned. Wu Yan stepped out of the ripples in a mysterious way as though no one was around. He scanned the surroundings and gazed at the group of young ladies beaming with joy. Then he met the gazes of Yukari, Yonglin, Kagaya, and the other young ladies who were summoned not long ago. He smiled, extended his arm, and swung it gently. Boom! With just such a simple action, the pitch-black bone spears that could destroy the entire capital of a different era fell from the sky and exploded without warning, scattering black bone fragments all over the sky and sprinkling on the ground. Looking at this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the Beast King's expression changed. He finally faced Wu Yan squarely. The Beast King immediately realized that something was amiss. How should I put it? In the past, when he faced Wu Yan, the Beast King used his keen sense of smell and intuition to sense Wu Yan exuding a faint aura of nobility and a faint aura of authority. It was as though there was a clear distinction between the strong and the weak, where a high-level magical beast had an absolute bloodline oppression over a low-level magical beast. In the past, the Beast King couldn't figure out what that feeling was all about. Later, he learned that Wu Yan wasn't a human. He possessed a noble and mysterious bloodline that was more than ordinary magical beasts. That was why he could give the Beast King such a feeling similar to bloodline oppression. Not only Wu Yan, but the Beast King also sensed it from Yukari, Yonglin, and Kagaya. But now, that feeling was gone. It's gone. At that moment, Wu Yan felt like an ordinary human to the Beast King. The aura he carried was also exactly the same as an ordinary human. What does this mean? This means that Wu Yan, a member of a race with a noble bloodline, suddenly turned into a human. It's such a fantasy. But looking at the ordinary human in front of him, the Beast King didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. That feeling was like looking at a volcano. This volcano was obviously very ordinary, but it seemed like it could erupt at any time, bringing unimaginable disaster to the Beast King. It was because of this feeling that the Beast King stared at Wu Yan with a gloomy expression. For a moment, he didn't plan to attack again. After casually dispelling the Beast King's attack, Wu Yan glanced at the Beast King, then looked at the pale Yukari in his arms and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Yukari looked deeply at Wu Yan and shook her head. She didn't break free from Wu Yan's arms and said such a sentence. "Like you said, I'm not his opponent, but you still want to fight, don't you?" Wu Yan laughed. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" When the crowd heard this sentence, they immediately understood. The reason why Wu Yan didn't appear was because Yukari wanted to fight the Beast King. That's why Wu Yan hid in the dark to look after the girls and the Misaka sisters until Yukari was defeated. This is also because Wu Yan knew that if he didn't let Yukari fight the Beast King, Yukari would be dissatisfied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the Beast King be smug for so long. "I haven't defeated him yet." Yukari closed her eyes and finally broke free from Wu Yan's arms. She floated up and floated beside Wu Yan. She didn't face the Beast King, but her back was facing Wu Yan. Her domineering and clear voice slowly echoed. "You once said that you were pursuing invincibility. Have you achieved it now?" Hearing such a sentence, everyone was speechless. They looked at Wu Yan in a daze. Even the Beast King looked at Wu Yan to see how Wu Yan is going to answer. But Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he showed an ambiguous smile. "Is invincibility important to you?" Hearing this, Yukari was stunned. She was silent for a moment and then smiled. She smiled very happily. "You're right. That's not important to me. No matter how strong or invincible you are, you can't stop me from challenging you." After saying that, Yu Xiang turned around and flew in the direction of the capital of alternate generations, leaving behind a single sentence that echoed in the space. Defeat him. Wu Yan didn't look back at Yukari. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the Beast King, whose face turned cold because of Yukari's words. He opened his mouth and said something that made the Beast King's face even colder. "Of course." The whole place was silent. "You've changed." The Beast King calmed down all kinds of emotions in his heart and sneered. "You've become more unbearable and arrogant than before. Haven't you changed too?" Wu Yan said lazily. "You think you're invincible now, aren't you?" The Beast King sneered. "Now that there's no god-level powerhouse, do you think there's anyone who can be my opponent?" "You want an opponent? Isn't it easy?" Wu Yan stretched out his hand and beckoned the Beast King provocatively. "Come here and let me see if your so-called invincibility is just unbearable and arrogant. You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the Beast King's eyes. Black clouds of mist burst out of his body and spread to the sky. The killing intent in his eyes suddenly soared and became much stronger than before. Boom! The sky above the giant beast's forest began to tremble as the black fog around the Beast King's body began to churn. Black clouds began to swirl around the giant beast's forest. Finally, clouds of black gas began to form, turning into a black gale that began to descend upon the giant beast's forest. Under the overwhelming pitch-black gales, Wu Yan, who was floating above the capital of a foreign era, was undoubtedly as small as an ant. The extremely ordinary aura on his body couldn't be compared to the monstrous pressure. He was like a grass seedling that was about to face a storm. His eyes that were as dark as the stars stared at the terrifying pitch-black gales. He didn't dodge, as if he didn't see anything. However, when many people cried out in alarm and almost couldn't bear to see Wu Yan torn apart by the pitch-black gales, a rather shocking scene happened. Pi! Following this strange sound, the pitch-black gales pressing down on Wu Yan suddenly changed direction and shot towards the Beast King at a speed faster than when they came. Mikoto, Shokuhun Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku cried out in alarm. Vector manipulation? Be it Accelerator's vector manipulation, or Mujino Shizuri's atomic meltdown, they were all being used by Wu Yan and were even stronger than the original owners. That's because Wu Yan's vector manipulation and atomic meltdown were already beyond LV5. Of course, it wasn't just vector manipulation and atomic meltdown. During the battle with the Beast King had been using the pseudo-god's power to attack while Wu Yan's methods were so complicated that it made one speechless. There were espers, magic, and even the power of an elf. Furthermore, Wu Yan's espers, magic, and elven powers were all things that the previous Wu Yan didn't know and didn't even have. I see. Chuju muttered absent-mindedly. So this is Yan's true power? It must be. Mikoto nodded. Her brown eyes didn't move away from the figure for even a second. So this is what Yan meant when he said he had fused with the system? True control over everything in the system. That's right. Wu Yan had true control over everything in the system. That day, Wu Yan finally saw the true face of the system in the depths of his soul. At the same time, it was also the last time Wu Yan saw the system. Since then, Wu Yan could no longer hear the system's voice. The system had completely become Wu Yan's possession. Its existence had disappeared, but everything in the system was under Wu Yan's control. Equipment, items, abilities, summon. As long as it was an ability that belonged to the system, Wu Yan could use it freely. He no longer needed to exchange for equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. He no longer needed to go through the system's approval and procedures. As long as Wu Yan wanted to, he could use any ability that could be exchanged or used in the system. That's why Wu Yan could summon more than a dozen characters at once. Among them were demigods like Yuka Fujimi and Yonglin Yagi. He didn't even need to pay a single summoning point. That's why Wu Yan could now use all kinds of abilities that he didn't know or didn't have before. If he wanted, Wu Yan could also give his summons the ability to sense the system. That way, the girls would have the ability to detect other people's existence and level. Of course, in the future, the girls would no longer be able to gain experience points from battles to level up. When Wu Yan enters other dungeons, there would no longer be any dungeon quests. Everything in the system had become Wu Yan's personal ability. With all kinds of equipment, items, and abilities, the current Wu Yan was basically a living system. That's why the Beast King's face darkened under the endless stream of abilities and methods. Don't be too arrogant. In a furious roar, the Beast King took a step forward. Along with the swirling, pitch-black clouds, he raised his fist and punched in Wu Yan's direction. Kacha, kacha. In an instant, the space shattered inch by inch. The overwhelming black mist transformed into a fist that was large enough to occupy anyone's field of vision. It crashed down heavily on Wu Yan with terrifying strength. Seeing that the Beast King finally couldn't help but use his true strength, Wu Yan let out a snort. He didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his fist and punched back. Boom! Along with Wu Yan's punch, a violent shockwave burst out like a gigantic, invisible cannonball that soared into the sky and greeted the huge, pitch-black fist. Boom! The pitch-black fist and the invisible cannonball collided in midair. The shockwave from the collision shattered many of the huge trees in the behemoth forest into powder. Many of the beasts were also blasted into a bloody mist. They didn't even know what happened before they died. Retreat. Below, the powerful beings of the Spalier world were frightened out of their wits. One by one they fled for their lives. Even the Misaka sisters had cast their Tori, domain of will. The group of young ladies also cast defensive spells and retreated rapidly. In the sky, witnessing the scene of his attack being blocked, the Beast King's expression couldn't help but change. The Beast King had unleashed his full strength in that attack. It was 100% the full strength of a powerful being in the pseudo-god stage. However, this attack that defeated Yakumo Yuxiang, and Yonglin in a single strike didn't even leave a scratch on Wu Yan? Impossible! Impossible! The Beast King couldn't help but murmur. Even if he can borrow Yakumo Yukari's power and use the same level of power as Yakumo Yukari, he shouldn't be able to block my full power attack. Even Yakumo Yukari couldn't block it. How could he? What's wrong? While the Beast King was still muttering to himself, Wu Yan remained calm. He looked at the Beast King who was floating in the middle of the pitch-black vortex clouds and mocked him. Aren't you good at boasting? Show me your invincible strength again. This was what the Beast King said to Yakumo when he first appeared. And now Wu Yan had changed it slightly and returned it to the Beast King. Wu Yan. The Beast King's expression turned ruthless. You're courting death. Courting death? Wu Yan's expression turned cold. You're the one who's courting death. Wu Yan snapped his fingers. A crimson spatial ripple unfolded behind him. Within it, treasures of various colors emerged. Real treasures. Chapter 1998. Amidst the ripples in space, a crimson color gradually dyed a corner of this world red. It was like a huge crimson door that slowly swung open and then slowly opened. There were sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all sorts of treasures that exuded vicissitudes, ancient, mysterious, and indescribable fluctuations. Some of them had strange appearances, some were luxurious, some were simple, and some were oddly shaped. Not long after, they filled the entire crimson space, filling everyone's field of vision, and pointed to the front from afar. After controlling everything in the system, Wu Yan no longer had to worry about his equipment storage. Not only did he store all the original treasures of the Gate of Babylon into the system, but he also converted some treasures that were not original and unique treasures from other worlds into the Gate of Babylon. Finally, the power of the Gate of Babylon reappeared and improved. Under such circumstances, although the power of the Gate of Babylon could not be upgraded to the level of a mythical armament, it was at the peak of a legendary armament. It was only one step away from becoming a mythical armament. In addition to the treasures of the Gate of Babylon, which had all kinds of strange abilities, there was no doubt about it. In terms of lethality, the Gate of Babylon was truly above a legendary armament. It had reached the level of a mythical armament. Therefore, the Beast King, who was furious, could not help but feel his face twitch when he was pointed at by the treasures. His eyes turned gloomy as he suppressed the anger in his heart and activated the false god force in his body. The black fog that covered the sky and earth surged out of his body. It rose into the air, and with a roll of the surrounding pitch-black whirlpool of clouds, it completely concealed its body within it. Of course, the Beast King did not just want to hide his body. The surrounding pitch-black fog and clouds had enough defensive power to block any attack. Any attack from an opponent weaker than the Beast King. Pseudo-god power? He glanced at the black vortex of clouds that was gradually rolling away. From the bottom of his heart, Wu Yen despised the disgusting power of the false god. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. Tens of thousands of treasures emerged from the gate of Babylon and shot out like a machine gun. The rain of treasures was like a storm that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a stream of light that flashed in midair, drawing a cold arc of light that belonged to the weapons. Amidst the riot of the atmosphere and the chaotic sound of the air being torn apart, it was like a rainstorm that advanced dauntlessly and fell on the pitch-black whirlpool of clouds. Dong, 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 dong. Suddenly, the seemingly strange and sturdy pitch-black whirlpool of clouds, under the attack of the true treasures that could be said to be the strongest equipment, was like a wave that had been hit by bombs. With a series of loud noises, holes appeared one after another. The sea of clouds also completely churned and became much thinner all of a sudden. Not long after, the Beast King's pained and enraged roars echoed from within the pitch-black vortex of clouds. There was even a hint of hysteria in its voice. Go to hell! Whoosh! As the pitch-black whirlpool of clouds became thinner, the Beast King that was hiding in it let out a low growl. The pitch-black whirlpool of clouds tumbled like boiling magma, and at the same time, fishy smelly bubbles emerged. Black mist permeated the air and turned into a gigantic beast claw that covered the sky. Together with the pitch-black whirlpool of clouds that gave birth to the gigantic beast claw, it was as though a terrifying giant beast had stretched out its claw from the center of the whirlpool of clouds. Wherever it passed, the space trembled and the sharp sound of the wind could be heard clearly in the entire world. Looking at the gigantic beast claw that burst out from the pitch-black whirlpool of clouds, Wu Yan's expression remained unchanged. He snapped his fingers. Buzz! Behind Wu Yan, a huge ripple appeared in the center of the crimson space filled with all kinds of treasures. A huge sword that was not inferior to the huge beast claw suddenly flew out from the gate of Babylon, causing the surrounding space to distort. Ugalima! As the atmosphere vibrated, the relic Igalima flashed out of the gate of Babylon and collided with the huge beast claw. Bam! With a loud muffled sound, the huge beast claw was blasted apart by the old huge sword. The huge sword did not lose its momentum. It swept up a frenzied airflow and directly shot towards the pitch-black whirlpool of clouds, colliding with it heavily. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. This time, it was the pitch-black vortex clouds that were violently smashed into pieces by the old giant sword. They scattered into countless pitch-black air masses that were like meat scraps. They scattered in all directions and swept out together with the air waves that were created from the impact. However, in the nick of time, a black shadow brought along a dense black fog and retreated out of it in time, dodging the terrifying giant sword. However, before the Beast King could heave a sigh of relief, a circle of intense ripples appeared in the crimson space below where various treasures were suspended. An extremely ferocious sickle that looked like a beast's claw popped out from it, and a burst of scorching red light rose all over its body. Xianxia. The ferocious-looking Xianxia that was emitting a scorching red light swung forward heavily. A violent sea of flames instantly spread along the trajectory of the scythe like an indomitable wave, instantly shrouding the thick black mist around the Beast King. TSK. The scorching flames and the thick black mist collided violently, triggering a series of burning sounds. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sea of flames burned the thick black mist around the Beast King, exposing its sorry figure to the air. You should feel honored. Just as the Beast King's sorry figure was exposed to the air, a soft voice sounded behind it. To be able to witness the godly armaments of Sumerian mythology, Igalima, and Xianxia, you can die without regrets. The Beast King's expression changed drastically. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle due to shock and disbelief. He could only turn around violently and take in the familiar face with a sneer and ridicule in his field of vision. Then, a crimson spear appeared in front of the Beast King. The Beast King glared at Wu Yen as he thrust the spear towards the Beast King's chest. The Beast King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Wu Yen grabbed the spear and thrust it towards the Beast King's chest. "How dare you!" The Beast King bellowed like an injured beast. Clouds of black mist erupted from its body and coiled around it, forming layers of shield-like defenses before the scarlet spear. The Beast King subconsciously raised his arms to protect his chest. However, the next moment, Wu Yen, who is wielding the crimson spear, spat out a cold sentence in liberation language. "Piercing spear of death, Gi Bang Lg." Buzz. The instant the spear of death piercing was released, the flame-like radiance coiling around it expanded and solidified. Shing. The scarlet spear that was surrounded by flames turned into a red bolt of lightning. Under the Beast King's horrified gaze, it suddenly twisted and drew an arc, directly avoiding the layers of shield-like black fog. It twisted and flashed from the side, passing through the gap between the Beast King's hands and flashing towards the Beast King's heart. Splurt. As a clear tearing sound was heard, the ultimate relic, Gi's spear, pierced through the Monster King's heart and came out of its back. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Beast King's pupils gradually widened. His expression froze and he couldn't move an inch. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.